never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. The death toll at Saturday night's mass shooting at the Colorado Springs LGBTQ club at 5 with 18 injured. Colorado Springs Police Chief Adrian Vasquez says the alleged shooter, 22-year-old Anderson Lee Aldrich, may have had more than one gun with him.
At least 2 firearms were found at the scene. We are still working to identify the firearms and who they belong to, but I can confirm that the suspect used a long rifle during this shooting.
2 men were arrested in New York City's Penn Station early Saturday in connection with a probe of threats to the Jewish community. Searches of the suspects, their belongings, and a residence turned up a Glock, semi-automatic handgun, a large hunting knife, and a swastika armband. The suspects were named by the New York Police Department as Christopher Brown, 21, of Aquebogue, New York, booked on suspicion of making a terrorist threat, aggravated harassment, and criminal possession of a weapon, and Matthew Marr, 22, of the city's Upper West Side, booked on suspicion of criminal possession of a weapon. A major U.S. television network has pulled out of Twitter.
CBS News has become the first major news outlet to suspend activities on Twitter. The network says it is doing so, quote, in light of the uncertainty around the social media platform and out of an abundance of caution. Variety reports similar wording was shared Friday on the Twitter account of CBS-owned station KPIX in San Francisco. CBS News' decision comes just more than 3 weeks into the tenure of Elon Musk's ownership of the company. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
Just days before Thanksgiving, college families rushed to Waltham, Massachusetts to check on loved ones. At least one Brandeis University student has been killed and dozens more injured in a horrific shuttle bus crash late Saturday near the campus. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951 8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the Buy One, Get One Extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy said when he becomes Speaker of the House, he'll boot squad member Representative Ilhan Omar from her position on the House Foreign Affairs Committee over anti-Semitic remarks. We watch anti-Semitism grow not just on our campuses, but we watched it grow in the halls of Congress, McCarthy said at the Republican Jewish Coalition's 2022 leadership meeting in Las Vegas on Saturday.
I remember what she said about me. I remember what she said about Israel. I remember what she said about the relationship. I remember it so much, I promised you last year that as Speaker, she no longer would be on Foreign Affairs. And I'm keeping that promise now.
Record-setting snowfall in certain parts of western New York and the Buffalo area, with one town getting 6.5 feet in the 24-hour period. Erie County Executive Mark Poloncarz Saturday night not yet committing to school snow days, but when pressed, admitting chances don't look too good.
It's one thing to have had 4, 5, or even 6 feet of snowfall, but then when you push it along the side of the road, you now can have drifts that are 10 feet tall, and none of the sidewalks have been plowed. So where are the kids going to walk in a lot of these neighborhoods?
The New York Giants are interested in Odell Beckham Jr. Whether that leads to a signing and a return of one of the most talented and polarizing players in franchise history remains to be seen. But there is interest in taking this to the next level, which is why the Giants will bring Beckham in for a visit after Thanksgiving. Beckham will also meet with the Cowboys. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Oh my, say it isn't so. We have to close out the weekend already? Come on, we just got things started here. Yeah, that's it. Looking at the calendar, looks like 21st day of November as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. Welcome into a Monday. A Monday that kind of, well, it may feel like hump day. Got a short work week. Thanksgiving week is upon us. Anybody ready for a turkey dinner? Oh boy, yep. Also going to be a very busy travel week. Things really begin to get active on the roadways. According to AAA, authorities tell us Tuesday in recent years has actually become the busiest day. Yeah, notoriously Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving, the busiest travel day of the entire Thanksgiving week. Yeah, we'll see how things pan out this year. All we know is 53 million Americans are slated to travel. All right, so seeing as Monday is upon us, it's almost that time. Got the breakdown travelers' weather around the country for those millions that'll be hitting the highways and byways, sharing the road safely with the big trucks, right? Oh, we could only hope. So welcome aboard. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, our secret bunker here in Southwest Ohio. All right, it says 21 degrees at the airport. Brr. It's a chilly night out there. The skies have cleared. Heard in the news break there. I've been kind of following through the weekend. Forecasters, they called it right. Some of the people about this time a week ago were saying they're talking about maybe 6 feet of snow in parts of New York there, the Buffalo area, maybe ground zero. Is that even possible? Well, we know it's happened before, and yes, indeed, it happened again. Some areas picked up 6 feet of snow in a 24-hour period. That's very difficult to imagine. Is it possible to do that? Well, indeed, it has happened. Mountains of snow lining the roads and the driveway. How do you dig out from 6 feet of snow? I mean, think if your vehicle, you've got an SUV and say 5.5 foot tall, essentially that mountain of snow is 11.5, 12 foot high out there in the driveway. Trying to dig out from that. The area just a few miles south of Buffalo, the focal point for this vigorous band of lake effect snow that indeed unfolded 6 feet in some areas. People running out of places to put it. This is being blamed for at least 2 fatalities after 2 people suffered cardiac events trying to clear the snow. Yes, heart attack snow. A snowplow driver in Hamlet, Indiana, was also killed on Friday after his vehicle slid off the road in a lake effect event coming off Lake Michigan there in northern Indiana. But Orchard Park, New York, about 11 miles southeast of downtown Buffalo, checking in with an eye-popping 80 inches of accumulation as of this past afternoon. By far the highest snowfall report of the entire storm. Orchard Park was initially slated to be the location of yesterday's NFL game with the Bills facing the Browns. obviously, and rightfully so, due to safety concerns and the work it would take to clear the snow from the stadium and the parking lots. And, of course, locals, how would they even be able to get to the stadium? They moved that game to Ford Field in Detroit, which Buffalo, by the way, did come out on top over the Browns Sunday afternoon. But if it's confirmed by the New York State Climate Office, the amount of snow that fell in Orchard Park Friday could set a new state record for the most snowfall in a 24-hour period. Current record stands at 50 inches, measured in Camden, New York, back in 1966. In some areas near Buffalo, dump trucks being brought in to remove the snow to help with the back-breaking work of clearing roads and making room for more snow if more lake-effect snow would develop. As we look at things tonight, it's actually, things have cleared out. Buffalo, you're good. There's still a band of lake-effect snow further north there. We'll share with you coming up here. Of course, New York's governor called the event extreme in a press conference late last week. They stationed 300 plows, 5,700 power crews were on standby. Saturday morning, 70 members of the National Guard were deployed to south towns. Saturday afternoon, the amount of National Guard members dispatched doubled to more than 150 Guard members. Of course, travel nearly impossible for trucks and even the snow plows, as the snow was coming down at rates of 3 to 5 inches per hour at times. Almost impossible to keep up with. Where is the roadway anyway? You can't see where things are. Reports of thunder snow prolific amid the intense band streaming off Lake Erie. Video showing proverbial wall of snow moving toward Buffalo at one point. There was actually a waterspout also reported Friday over Lake Erie. Just kind of another sign of just how potent this system was. Now, undoubtedly, many schools across the region will remain closed today for Monday due to the long-lasting impact of the storm. A travel ban was extended to include the entire city of Buffalo on Saturday, but that didn't stop people from trying to navigate the roads. Buffalo News reported law enforcement officers wrote 300-plus tickets throughout the day on Friday for drivers violating the travel bans that were in place. Erie County officers hired private contractors to deliver additional equipment, high lifts and large trucks, try to dig out some of the communities in Buffalo South towns. Reports emerged of first responders getting stuck behind tractor trailers that were unable to move on secondary roads in Orchard Park. This is the problem we've been dealing with across South towns. All right, tractor trailers that are rarely on this road trying to get around the thruway closure and ultimately getting stuck on the secondary roads. And this is why the plows can't get to the secondary roads. All right, trucks stuck all over the place, according to extreme meteorologist Reed Timmer from the side of the New York State Thruway in Hamburg, New York. This was going back to Friday afternoon. The Thruway basically looked like a river of white as far as the eye could see. There were some signs of progress Saturday morning as the Buffalo Niagara International Airport reopened their runways there after a temporary shutdown. Buffalo tallied a record-breaking 21.5 inches on Saturday, breaking the previous record 7.6 inches set back in the big storm of 2014. But there were essentially two very intense bands that were streaming off Lake Erie and Lake Ontario that shifted a bit northward Saturday morning as the wind direction changed. As expected, those bands then shifted southward once again Saturday night, delivering additional snow to some of the hardest hit areas, along with strong winds, the blowing and drifting conditions. By, believe it or not, Sunday morning, the New York State Thruway was reopened and snow-free, according to the governor. Now, many side streets are still buried. We're in the process of opening every street, but we can't do what we don't have the resources to do, including the National Guard to shovel out every person's driveway. Yeah, we're talking about hundreds and thousands of people that are pretty much locked in here. All right, as is pretty typical with lake effect snow, the snowfall totals varied over a short distance as a result of the narrow width of the intense snow bands. Just north of Buffalo, the sun could actually be shining as light snow coated the University of Buffalo's football field Friday. Meanwhile, the Buffalo Bills Stadium, about 19 miles to the south, literally buried with whiteout conditions. Elsewhere around the Great Lakes region, the wind direction off Lake Michigan prompted several bands of intense lake effect snow, as opposed to the singular bands that formed off Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. As a result, much of the western half of the lower peninsula of Michigan picked up a good 6 to 12 inches of snowfall, some localized higher amounts, about 2 feet of snow in the northwestern part of the lower peninsula, as well as the southwestern portions of the UP. So the bulk of this has wound down, but again, tonight there is still one pretty significant lake effect band causing some problems there in New York. Coming up, we'll get to, again, our Thanksgiving week travelers' weather. Looks like there may be some headaches out there. The atmospheric pieces, they tell us, are beginning to come together right now for a pretty large storm to form right over the center of the country on Thanksgiving, with impact spreading eastward after the Thanksgiving Day holiday. Travelers need to be prepared for a slew of hazards ranging from heavy rain and wind to, yes, accumulating snow for others. All right, as I said, we'll break that down for you coming up here. Meanwhile, coming up a bit, we'll get to, a lot of people will be headed to the Sunshine State, right? Yeah, a little holiday getaway, hoping for some sunshine. Well, the Sunshine State's not going to live up to its name, because it's going to be, well, let's just say a lot of liquid sunshine for the upcoming week, for Thanksgiving week in Florida. More on that again coming up. It's 844-844-3388 as we get the new week started. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
trying to zoom in here a little bit, get the radar pulled up, see where we're looking at. Again, still some pretty significant lake effect snow there from right about, is it Oswego, New York, kind of moving inland to north of Syracuse. And some of the lighter snow along that band extends all the way over to south of Albany, New York. You're not going to see anything compared to what they saw in Buffalo over the weekend. But Oswego got a pretty decent band coming down at this hour. Rockpick, of course, is in Rochester, New York. Happy Monday, Steve. Truck drivers, third shift workers, and fellow night owls. 22 with clouds. Feels like 13 right now in Rochester. Yeah, thank you to the truckers for getting my 25-pound turkey to the store. 25-pounder? Really? That's a big boy. Anyway, busy roads ahead. Stay safe and enjoy out there. Robert says, howdy, Mr. Summers. Heavy D, good morning to the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe, keep on trucking. Can't wait to get my order from Hot Shot Secret. All right, Gerald on board. How old is Steve, my man? You got 27 degrees here in Cape Girardeau, Missouri. Everybody have a great night tonight. Maybe we should think about some overnight drive tattoos. Very funny, right? 007 checks in from Rochelle, Illinois at the Petro truck stop tonight. Good morning to Marianne. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Everybody be safe. Good morning from Chile, New York. Winter is a-comin'. There's David this morning. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe out there. We've got 30 degrees at the New York-New Jersey state line with Larry this morning. Dipsy Driver. Good morning, Steve, and the best informed audience out there. Global warming hit mid-Michigan this weekend. Had to dig out the T-shirt, the shorts, and the flip-flops and shovel some of that global warming. Yeah, right? We've got clear and 19 degrees at this hour. There's Hoot Hoo. Happy Thanksgiving week. Great to have Steve Summers with us. All right, copying the mail, 5-7. Pappy on board says, I've got 13 degrees on the cruiser temperature. Weather app says we're at 23 in Harrison. Yeah, feels like the teens. So I'm going with 13. Car temp was 18 a little while ago. Either way, it's cold out here. Hammer down and be safe. Yeah, it's showing officially 21 at the airport. And I'm thinking, I don't know, maybe my outdoor thermometer needs a new battery. Because it's showing 28 degrees. It ain't 28. It's always a little warmer with, I don't know, maybe it's the location where I've got that thermostat posted. Yeah, too close to the, to get some of the interior heat on the wall out there. Eskimo Mom, actually out there working tonight, are you? Happy whatever day it is. I'm on the extra. I'm an extra driver tonight to help cover the pre-holiday loads that let you or someone you know have their celebration. But we've got clear skies, mid-20s on I-71 in Kentucky at this hour. Hello to Tim the pilot. Good evening, all. Just checking in for another week of getting it done. We're fueling the bird. Going to have one more long haul. Then it's turkey time. Can't wait. All right, Bobby's on board. Morning, a nice warm 20 degrees in Rupert, Idaho tonight. Brain Dead checking in. Morning, Steve. Hope you had a good weekend. It's kind of lunchtime on the docks here. It's a balmy 26 tonight. I'll try to call in later when I get paroled from here. Let's see. There's Bolt checking in with 24 degrees at the State Police Barracks in Romney, West Virginia. We're on a new schedule, getting ready to head off for the first day of deer season in the morning. All right, well, yeah, have a wonderful, safe night, everybody. Well, good luck heading out for deer season there. Bundle up, don't forget. Let's see, Terry, Dayton, Ohio. Gosh darn cold outside as we head towards southern Tennessee for the morning. Everybody be safe. That's our Canadian Terry. Good to have you on board. Been a while since we heard from you there. Let's see. Jeff said, I'm checking in from the home 20. It looks like a kind of a slow week coming our way. But everybody be safe out there. Rockpick says, not even an inch of snow here on the east side of downtown Rochester. It's freezing, but not a drop of snow. I feel like we got robbed somewhat. Just be glad you didn't get 6 feet of snow. You'd be complaining for sure. All right, Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 27 degrees, all the way in the deep south, cold. It's been a little cold all day, the wind, so I stayed in and ate, watched football, just dozed off. It's a good day. A real good gauge on how much Mitch McConnell hates former President Trump will be according to how much money he sends from the multi-million-dollar PAC that he oversees to the campaign of Herschel Walker, the Senate race there. All right, news break on the Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Heroic clubgoers fought and stopped a gunman shortly after he opened fire inside an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado Springs, killing at least 5 people and injuring 18 others, police said on Sunday. They identified the suspect as Anderson Lee Aldrich, a 22-year-old man who shot at patrons with a long rifle. Tensions bubbled to the surface at the first major gathering of possible Republican 2024 presidential candidates this weekend as party members voiced a desire to move on from Donald Trump, though even his detractors wondered if that would be possible. And Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which is under Russian control, was rocked by shelling on Sunday, drawing condemnation from the UN nuclear watchdog, which said such attacks risked a major nuclear disaster. The International Atomic Energy Agency said Moscow and Kyiv both blame the other for shelling of the facility. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
The 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan Silver Dollar coin was struck for circulation. And now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right. You can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan Silver Dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks. Guaranteed. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan Silver Dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure your full pound bag of Morgan Silver Dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-473-1745. That's 1-800-473-1745.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, around the country on a Monday, it's 844-3388. Because we all love Mondays. Yeah, the best day of the week there, Captain Ron. Yeah, somebody, let's see, flip back over, guys. Ran out of time there, had to hit the news break. Somebody mentioned, don't forget, get your Wreaths Across America donations in before Thanksgiving. Yes, it is that time of year once again. Wreaths Across America, what's become known as the largest veterans parade. Wreaths Across America's annual escort to Arlington actually kicked off Saturday, December the 10th. The official route travels down the East Coast, stopping at schools and memorials and other locations along the way to spread the year-long mission to remember the fallen, to honor those that have served and their families, and teach the next generation the value of freedom. Now, they've got the list of stops as it's on the way. But for the gentleman that's actually leading the escort, for me, the escort to Arlington, the culmination of another year of sharing the mission to remember, honor, and teach across the country. For the 8th year in a row, Chevrolet has generously provided the Wreaths Across America wrapped escort vehicles, transporting participating Gold Star families and veterans. Also, Chevrolet has donated 4,000 veterans' wreaths for placement at Arlington National Cemetery to help honor the nation's veterans. So there you go. Participants for this year's escort include Gold Star families, including the national president of American Gold Star Mothers, Sarah Whitehouse Taylor, Blue Star families, volunteers, and veterans representing many eras, and some local veteran service organizations such as the VFW, the American Legion, Disabled American Veterans, the VFW Auxiliary, and the American Legion Auxiliary, and many more. Members of the Patriot Guard Riders and Patriot Riders, as well as law enforcement from departments across Maine and other states along the route, will provide escort to ensure safe transport for all participating. The escort to Arlington has now grown to consist of 12 tractor trailers representing Schneider National, Gully Transportation, Witt Brothers Exchange, Hart Transportation, and several others, Tyson Foods, Boyd's Grain. These organizations and their drivers will haul a portion of the sponsored veterans wreaths headed to Arlington National Cemetery for placement on December the 17th. All right. Additionally, Load 1 carriers will once again serve as the ceremonial wreath transport for the escort. So again, the actual escort to Arlington gets underway Saturday, December the 10th. But get those donations in, sponsor wreaths. Nearly 257,000 sponsored wreaths are needed to reach the goal of placing a wreath on every eligible marker at Arlington National Cemetery. To sponsor a $15 veterans wreath, you visit simply wreathsacrossamerica.org, O-R-G, wreathsacrossamerica.org, and there are literally now thousands of participating cemeteries all around the country because this Wreaths Across America thing has really grown exponentially over the years. So there you go, $15 to sponsor an individual wreath. All right, 844-3388. I mentioned the atmospheric piece is coming together. Nearly 55 million people projected to travel 50 miles or more from home here this Thanksgiving week. Up about 1.5% from last year. We're pretty close to the pre-pandemic levels, according to AAA. Now, regardless of what mode of transportation people use in the coming days, experts say that the incoming weather system may add to some delays for both air passengers and motorists alike. Beyond those expected due to the sheer volume of travelers, some of the big hubs, the major hubs like Chicago, Atlanta, and New York could also face impacts. Forecasters have been discussing scenarios around this storm since the middle of last week. Storm's expected to move into the Pacific Northwest, bringing rain and mountain snow Tuesday of this week. So Seattle and some other lower elevations in western Washington will feel the brunt of that storm. Rain, as maybe a foot of snow buries the Washington Cascades and the northern Rockies. This part of the storm is going to be packing most of the energy needed for the bigger storm to form later this week. Now, initially, that storm will lack significant moisture once it crosses the northern Rockies and enters the plains. That means just maybe a flurry or some light snow shouldn't be more than a nuisance for travelers across parts of Montana, Wyoming, the Dakotas, as we head toward midweek. Downpours in Florida and along the southeast coast. Aside from that, the balance of the country will see pretty quiet conditions for travelers the day before Thanksgiving. So Wednesday, a pretty good day for most of the country. But things change then. Moisture from the Gulf of Mexico streaming northward as the storm progresses eastward on Thanksgiving. Should this moisture link up with the incoming storm quickly, forecasters say a large storm could develop over the center of the country. If that connection fails to occur, then we'll be talking two separate storms impacting portions, one in the south, the other in the northeast, versus one broad system. So even as the details continue to be ironed out in the coming days, there are a few areas where there's an increased confidence in the forecast. Thunderstorms with some torrential downpours could make for a soggy Turkey Day in places like Lake Charles and New Orleans and Jackson, Mississippi. Meanwhile, snow showers could make for a wintry scenario and slick roadways in parts of the upper Midwests. So while the days leading up to Thanksgiving itself are expected to be pretty much dry across the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, conditions may quickly change as the holiday shoppers head out in search of deals Friday, the day after Thanksgiving. By that point in time, a piece of the storm may break off and contribute to a new low-pressure system that could bring some enhanced precip to the northeast coastal areas. As a result, that corridor from Washington, D.C. to Boston may just see some rain from this storm. The rain could even expand as far inland as western New York. Of course, some areas where they've received epic amounts of lake effect snow in recent days. Forecasters also say that yet another burst of lake effect snow may follow that storm as we look toward next weekend. All right, how about college football? Anybody enjoy college football Saturday? What in the world happened to Tennessee? My, they got their butts trounced over the weekend. South Carolina, unranked South Carolina, final score 63 to 38. So the big picture definitely changed over the weekend. Yes, the stage is set for big game coming up Thanksgiving weekend. Of course, that's Michigan versus Ohio State, both of which were able to pull out the victories. I was tuned into that Michigan-Illinois game, and I thought Illinois may actually pull a rabbit out of the hat, but Michigan held on 19-17. It was a close one. TCU, another nail-biter there. Final score, 29-28. TCU ranked 4th in the rankings. So close calls there. Alabama, of course, they're pretty much out of contention, but yeah, they did shut out Austin Peay 34-0 over the weekend. Any other upsets per se? Not really. Texas, big over Kansas, 55-14, the final there. Penn State over Rutgers, 55-10. Number 1, Georgia does what they do, but a low-scoring game versus Kentucky, 16-6, the final score in that game. Ohio State prevails over Maryland, 43-30 was the final there. But yeah, the big upset, South Carolina over Tennessee, 63-38. Now, as I look at the schedule coming up next weekend, yeah, the big one will be high noon. Kickoff at high noon, Michigan versus Ohio State. Number 2 versus number 3. That'll be big. All right, it's 844-844-3388. What's on your mind as we get the new week started? What's your travel plans? Get together with family or just kind of stick around the home 20 and take it easy? You could jump on board, and we'll be back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, of course, we're all night owls, right? Listeners to this program, third shift workers. Not necessarily a big fan of the nighttime, but if you are a night owl, you might consider spending your winter in northern Alaska. Barrow, Alaska. The sun set Friday, and the sun will not rise again for about 2 months. Yes, Barrow, Alaska, town of about 4,000 people, officially now underway in their 65-day period of darkness. Polar night, as they call it. Polar night, a common term in places that don't experience sunrise for more than 24 hours. The northern third of Alaska, above the Arctic Circle, that ring of latitude that encircles the frigid Arctic polar region. Of course, now, Barrow, not the only Alaskan town to experience this phenomenon. It's the first one, though, on the polar night location list because of how far north they are. But the sun officially set at 1:43 p.m., and they're now underway, starting 65 days with no sun. The sun will not peak above the horizon again until January the 23rd of 2023. How about that? All right, John checks in. Big John, that is. Good morning, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving to the Overnight Drive gang. Good to have you with us, Big John, via the email. All right, a little more in the college football, of course. Yeah, things are winding down. Bowl season just around the corner. Bulldogs remain at number 1 in the rankings. Yeah, undefeated. Next weekend, of course, it's Georgia versus Georgia Tech. That'll also be a high noon game. The SEC part of the regular season is over for Georgia. The Dogs return home to face their in-state rival, Georgia Tech. Georgia will be a huge favorite in the game, looking to be much more polished on offense, particularly when it comes to finishing drives, versus what they did over the past weekend in that 16-6 win over Kentucky. But either way, a win over Georgia Tech would pretty much lock up a spot in the college football playoff for Georgia, even if it were to lose to LSU on December 3rd in the SEC championship game. Meanwhile, Buckeyes, all right, Michigan is next. Since falling to Michigan last year in the snow at the Big House, Coach Ryan Day and the Buckeyes have pointed to this game, the game and a chance for redemption. Ohio State comes in 11-0. They've endured their share of struggles and injuries this year, though. The health of running back Mayan Williams and other key players will be worth monitoring leading up to kickoff. Ohio State got bullied at the line of scrimmage last year, and they faced 2 Michigan fronts that remain formidable. Although the Buckeyes might have a bit more college football playoff leeway than Michigan, they will approach the contest as a must-win. Ohio State has not lost consecutive games to Michigan since back in the 1999 and 2000 seasons, though. Of course, the Wolverines, undefeated, first time since 2006, after that close win over Illinois over the weekend. They've also dealt with some injuries. The coach said he's not concerned with the injuries, although as they get ready for that final game of the season against Ohio State, it's going to be a matchup that determines who goes on to the Big Ten championship game and likely on to the college football playoffs. Coming in, TCU, the Horned Frogs. There you go. The Frogs are down to 2 final hurdles to clinch a college football playoff berth, beginning with this weekend's home game against Iowa State before the Big 12 championship game. Cyclones have had a disappointing season, but they still pose a threat to TCU's season of destiny, with 6 of the Cyclones' 7 losses coming by a touchdown or less. Iowa State's defense has been pretty stifling this season, allowing just 16.5 points per game, with only Baylor, 31 points, surpassing that 30-point mark. Yeah, TCU's not going to be able to take this game lightly, with the Cyclones winning the past 3 matchups and 4 out of the past 5. Interesting setups coming up next weekend in college football. All right, 7 before the hour. It's 844-3388. What do you say, 5-7? First, how was your weekend?
Oh, they're all good. All good. Anytime I get to spend with my sweetie, all the kids are going in different directions. She's not healthy enough to travel, so it's just her and me. And thanks to Jolly Green and Eskimo Mom, they give me some cooking directions. So I can't wait to try this new thing out. I could have Thanksgiving dinner done in a matter of probably 2 hours max. So I'm hipped on that right now. We're thinking about donations. My wife and I try to do something. Like last year, we did the Christian Jew thing with the women. They show these old women in near starving conditions. And we donated. Now, I know I'm robbing myself of any blessing from God, because you're supposed to do this, in secret. But we told them, absolutely, it's a one-time deal, and don't be sending a bunch of paper. All year long, you keep getting these papers, wanting money. That was, that we asked them not to do that. We're on the list now. Nothing I can do about that. So I thought about, who else could we do? I mean, I'd rather go through Samaritans first, because I know that's through Franklin Graham. All the money gets used for what you send it for. The church actually manages it. So I thought, maybe I'll call the church in West Virginia. That's my home church. I still believe that's my home church. But he made mention of something that they are still, to this day, going down and helping the people in Kentucky. All that, there's still people struggling in Kentucky right now. So if you guys are up there close to them, if you're looking for a place, consider that. And of course, Make-A-Wish Foundation, with our hometown, and the young lady that does the veterans. And there's another Make-A-Wish driver, I think he's a local Wisconsin or whatever. You need to call in and let people know, But you give it, and God will bless you. I've never been able to outgive God, and I just wanted to put that out there. And boy, I tell you, the need is great. Not one man. There's no one man that can solve it all, but it seems like we can put a dent in it when we work together. And be honest with you, right now, the money you send into Ukraine, who knows if it actually gets there. So I'd rather see the local church going down to help clean up and help people, our neighbors. So that's good. And that's basically all I was going to get at on that. Really up for the Thanksgiving. Enjoy. Ooh, I just run over a skunk.
No boy.
And this COVID, this COVID thing, man, it works out great since 2019. Skunk smells like brewed coffee, like when you walk into a Pilot truck stop.
So your sense of smell is still screwed up since the COVID, all that time? Wow. And we hit the top of the hour here. Get our time out. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News. I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Attorney General Merrick Garland Friday appointed a special counsel to oversee two separate and unrelated criminal investigations of Donald Trump. AG Garland making the call after Trump's announcement he intends to run again in 2024, and Joe Biden's indicating he'll run for re-election. The move made to preserve the impartiality of the inquiries, but revealing the Justice Department believes there's merit to continue the investigations. Congressman Adam Schiff is the chair of the House Intelligence Committee. He said that the Attorney General made a wise decision.
It's the right thing to do, and most particularly if you ensure that it won't cause any delay.
Colorado Representative Lauren Boebert under fire after calling Saturday night's mass shooting at a Colorado Springs LGBTQ club, quote, absolutely awful via Twitter. The ultra-right congresswoman, who has promoted both gun rights and anti-gay rhetoric, is being blasted for what one user called, quote, trying to score cheap political points. The president of advocacy group GLAAD, Sarah Kate Ellis, said that officials like Boebert herself create environments that foster anti-gay violence.
Politicians like Lauren Boebert herself has been in front of the scenes, actually using the LGBTQ community as political pawns to advance her career by spreading lies and misinformation about our community.
On CNN's State of the Union, Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger blasted former Vice President Mike Pence, who has refused to testify at the House Select Committee.
He can't, on the one hand, say that what Donald Trump did was terrible, it was a threat to our democracy, and then say, but Congress has no right to my testimony. Look, I fully believe in the separation of powers, but that was violated on January 6th when the former president launched a mob into the legislative chambers.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
Fresh off of his commanding re-election, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp on Saturday played the role of dutiful Republican soldier as he campaigned for the first time alongside Senate hopeful Herschel Walker after spending months steering clear of his ticket mate. The joint appearance reflects how important Kemp's broad coalition will be in determining whether Walker can unseat Senator Raphael Warnock on a December 6 runoff. The fact it occurred only now underscores the challenges that Walker, a celebrity athlete turned politician, has had appealing to many independents and moderate Republicans amid an intense focus on his rocky past. There's more support for Taylor Swift fans, known as Swifties, upset about the mega mess involving online concert ticket sales. A member of the Senate Judiciary Committee is backing calls for a federal investigation. Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal said that Ticketmaster executives should appear before Congress.
Question I would ask is, have you complied with the consent decree by avoiding raising fees unnecessarily, charging exorbitant prices, taking over venues, sponsorships, advertisers to strangle the market?
Oscar-winning actor Morgan Freeman extended one yellow-gloved hand to a FIFA World Cup ambassador suffering from a rare spinal disorder in an image meant to represent inclusion in a country facing international criticism over its human rights record. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Technology lets you access a personal trainer from home, like on this exercise mirror.
Let's talk more squatting.
But to keep your hybrid workforce in shape, you need more than technology.
And kick. And jump.
You need PCs powered by Intel vPro, custom configured by CDW. Hardware-based security and remote management make it easy to protect and monitor PCs from anywhere.
Wait, don't turn me off.
Intel vPro makes secure remote management possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Intel Client.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Good to have you on board as we roll into a Monday. Thanksgiving week's upon us. Reading all these stories about how to avoid talking about politics at the Thanksgiving dinner table. Oh boy. It happens every year. Pappy could probably chime in if he's worked on Thanksgiving before. How many domestic calls they get. Families get together, and then the drinks start flowing later in the day, and then They start talking politics. Next thing you know, Uncle Tom and Uncle Phil are in there fighting. How to avoid talking politics at the Thanksgiving table. Well, what do you talk about? Yeah, how about that blockbuster Lake Effect Snow they got in right? You talk about something else, right? But it's almost inevitable. In the climate we have in this day and age, Trump tossing his hat back in the ring, you know that discussion's going to come up across a lot of dinner table. Who else we got checking in here? Matthew's on board. Good morning, Steve and Kevin the cat. Yeah, Kevin's snooching us. He's snoozing on the couch over there. He's on board, though. See, I-30, both east and westbound closed between Fort Worth and Arlington, Texas. Doing some road construction from the hours of 8 p.m. till 5 a.m. Central Time. Both this morning and again Monday night, Tuesday morning. All right, so heads up there. I guess you'll have some delays, some backups. Big Sexy checking in from Drummond, Arkansas. 24 degrees here, clear skies. Everybody be safe out there. Yeah, final night of Big Sexy's weekend. He'll be back out there, I guess, Monday night, Tuesday morning. See, Dave. Hello, Steve. Dave checking in from a cold Parsonsfield, Maine. Yeah, I'm officially retired. Sold all my rental properties in Massachusetts. All right, good to have you with us. Have a great night. All right, it's 844-844-3388. As I mentioned last week, with the first snows of the season for many areas around the country last week, yeah, those first snows tend to lead to a lot of accidents. Michigan State Police reporting 20 to 25 vehicles involved in a pileup. Kalamazoo County Friday morning. Winter weather conditions on US 131 southbound. State police said as many as 25 vehicles involved in that pileup. Several people were injured in the crash. Also, one of the cruisers belonging to a trooper responding to the pileup was struck. That trooper expected to be okay, but got to slow it down in the wintry weather, right? It's snow squall season is upon us. Hey, the Capitol Christmas tree arriving in the nation's capital Friday. The final destination, Washington, D.C., last Friday, the 18th. Hardy Brothers Trucking out of North Carolina, the trucking company responsible for the transport of the tree. They were selected to transport the tree back in July. The tree then selected from the National Forests in North Carolina, hauled to the Capitol along with thousands of handmade ornaments from the people of North Carolina and several smaller trees for offices inside the nation's capital. The tree was hauled by Hardy Brothers team drivers Harold Kingdon Jr. and Deborah Kingdon, who've been married for 42 years. And we had shared several stories, how thrilling it was to be a part of that. But, with Thanksgiving, of course, coming up Thursday morning at the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, Santa rolls into town, right? The holidays officially underway. Let me get back and finish up with 5-7 there. Okay. You going to be talking politics around the dinner table this year?
Hey, now. We ended up where I drove over a skunk. Still smells good, by the way. And then we go into the news and start talking about Adam Schiff. I love it. Yeah, the head of a judicial committee for a few more weeks, that is. So, I mean, they're desperate. They're going to throw the sink. I understand why Trump did what he did, declaring it now. I guess there's a certain amount of protection afforded a presidential candidate, and it makes it look like everything you're trying to do to him is political. So I understand that. But listening to the news and It's a good thing that we've got the House because they have the purse strings. If they want to put in 20 more liberal judges, then hey, how you going to pay for it, guys? You know, they're scared to death. We're going to cut the funding for Ukraine. You know, and well, hey, we don't know where billions of that
billions
money is
yes
absolutely accounted for. Marjorie Taylor Greene is on the hunt for that right there. So, going to clean up. So we're really we're way ahead when it comes to having the purse strings. So I mean, I don't know. To me, it looks like we got a big wet red wave. You can stop some of this foolishness that they're trying to push, because they got to pay for it. How about all those IRS agents? Hey, who's going to pay them? Not us. So the only thing is that Kevin McCarthy, I'm sorry, we'll see. It's just like Mitch McConnell, Kevin McCarthy. I always remember when they tried to censure McCain's daughter.
Right, Liz.
All right, Liz. When everybody wanted her censored, he wouldn't do it. So, it's hard to get away from that money. They're coming out of the swamp, I guess. So, other than that, sitting around talking about politics, it's just me and my wife. That's not going to be a problem. I'd love being, all my family's conservative. We don't have no liberals. But, man, if you got a liberal in the family, be said, boy, them gas prices sure are high, ain't they? Boy, this food is good. It sure cost about half as much last year, didn't it, on Aunt Maple? You can talk about politics without talking about politics. You know why?
Yeah, right.
Because
then somebody says, well, why are those gas prices so high? Oh, look out.
I don't know. Hey, we can talk about politics without talking about it because the stinking government has gotten their nose into everything. So you name it, they've got their filthy hands on it somehow. So other than that, we're gonna sit back and copy the mail. This Thanksgiving is going to be a great one. I'm going to make it that way for my wife and I, and all our kids are healthy. We're just blessed, and that's what. Thanksgiving to me is even greater than Christmas. I missed one Thanksgiving in 1986, and I never missed another Thanksgiving after that, because that's how much it's family time, and that's what's important to me. Christmas is basically greed. The more money I made, all of a sudden, especially the babies, they open up the boxes. You end up spending the afternoon trying to put that stuff together, and they're still playing with the boxes they came in. So, other than that, we go sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the trip. How about it?
All right, 5-7. Have a good morning. We'll chat again. Now, speaking of those leadership roles, Kevin McCarthy. News over the weekend says there are 3 prominent Democrats whose jobs are on the line should he become Speaker of the House, which, most of the pundits are saying it's pretty much a no-brainer. He's going to get the votes when the full House is seated. He was already nominated by the Republicans. Full vote comes in January when the new Congress is seated. But saying that his speakership will become politically volatile. He's going to Representative Ilhan Omar, Representative Adam Schiff, and Representative Eric Swalwell, going to take them off their congressional committees once Republicans take back the House. In January, McCarthy vowed to remove Swalwell and Schiff from the House Intelligence Committee and remove Omar from the House Foreign Affairs Committee. And they say he is poised to keep his promise. I said that Schiff's promotion of the Steele dossier and Omar's anti-Semitic comments, you put them on you're on the chopping block. You've got Adam Schiff, he says, who lied to the American people time after time. And we will not allow him to be on the Intel Committee. Look at Congressman Omar, or Congresswoman, I should say. Her anti-Semitic comments that have gone forward, we're not going to allow her on the Foreign Affairs Committee. And for Swalwell, he said his association with the Chinese spy is what dealt him his blow. One thing I've said from the very beginning, Swalwell cannot get a security clearance in the public sector. Why would we ever give him a security clearance and the secrets to America? I'm not going to allow him to be on the intel. Now, again, it's not a done deal, but yes, likely to become House Speaker. Yes, some Republicans opposing that idea, Andy Biggs of Arizona, Matt Gaetz of Florida, say that McCarthy shouldn't win a majority of the vote for Speaker. He could end up as the Democrats' political hostage, they say. But again, even in that vote to nominate, Andy Biggs did put his name forward. He got about, 13 votes? But McCarthy got the overwhelming number of votes there, so he'll be the guy. Hey, Dan, got you coming up next. It's a Monday morning, so very quiet on the phones. It's 844-844-3388. Back in 2.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hey, if you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's everyday diesel treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it on a Monday that kind of feels like midweek. Does it feel like midweek to you? Everybody getting ready to hit the highway over the hills and through the woods to grandmother's house, right? Dan, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. I called initially, just as a short comment before what I really wanted to talk about, but I find your newscast on that USA Today to be quite biased against Republicans. And today was the most glaring example. He brought up about, they talked about what Kinzinger, Adam Kinzinger, and they actually quoted him. They actually played a tape of him. He'll be gone in about a month. And he's complaining about Penn, and then he talked about the fact, and that was obviously biased, about Kemp was only dutifully helping out Herschel Walker. And today's, if you listen to it, instead of playing the fact that Penn disagrees with the DOJ appointing a special prosecutor, he plays something about what Kinzinger thinks about it or Adam Schiff thinks about it.
Right.
Adam Schiff will be off the committee.
Yep.
So, I mean, I just thought you'd pass that along to the owners of the program and the people you report to. Quite frankly, Steve, I turn it off at the top of the hour because I don't want. I got enough to get underneath my skin. I don't need that.
Okay.
And I don't know if that he's not the best announcer in the world, that Tony guy, and I don't know if he writes his own scripts or his own reports, how that works. But what I originally wanted to call about was on this Ukraine. I read a rather detailed report on it in American Greatness, and one of the two most glaring things, or two most outstanding things, not outstanding in terms of being worthy or good, but that stood out the most, was the fact that of the almost 2 million, or 2 million, which is a fourth of the Jews that lost their lives in the Holocaust, they were murdered in Ukraine. And when Putin came out and talked about Nazis, I didn't really know what he was talking about inside Ukraine. Well, there are Nazi groups in there. And, I mean, what effect they have on the overall government, but they are working in there. And that's who was behind that 2014, besides the U.S., of overthrowing that president of Ukraine. And the other thing was that only 30% of the armaments that we're sending to Ukraine are making it to the Ukrainian army. The rest of them, from all accounts, are being sold on the black market throughout Europe and the Middle East. And I just think that, I mean, how do you account for this, you know? And I mean, at what point, the other factor was, once Biden gets the 30 billion, the additional 30, not million, billion through, we will have spent more on the war in Ukraine in the last 10 months than we spent on all of the roads and bridges in the United States. And I mean, what is it going to take? I mean, I don't really see the American electorate being upset about it at all. And I don't know if you saw that article or not, but it was kind of frightening to me to, I mean, it was not, I mean, I'm just surprised that we don't hear more about it.
And that's probably why the electorate's not all that upset about it, because they don't know about it. They don't hear about it. We're hearing and seeing these reports of, not the armaments. I hadn't heard about the armaments that aren't making it there and being sold, but we do know that we've sent them billions and billions of cash money dollars to Ukraine, and how many billions of that ended up going into this whole FTX thing that collapsed and is now magically disappeared. That was taxpayers' dollars.
Yeah. I mean, I just, honestly, after this last election, the easiest thing for the has-beens, like Karl Rove and them, is to go, ha, 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 Trump lost this. I mean, they're more making fun of Trump than the Democrats are about this. But, and again, none of these people lifted one hand to help out. You didn't see Bush or Cheney out there after he gave that pathetic performance in Wyoming where they clearly told the whole damn family, get out of the state. You didn't see Cheney or anybody helping these people out. So, I mean, but I think when you look at it, this was more than I don't think President Trump had anything to do with it. By that, I mean, yes, he supported candidates, but I think the electorate has really changed. And the reason I bring that up is, I believe I mentioned this when I called last week, there were 5 states, 2 of them very red, dark red, that voted to really end any restrictions on abortion. And the most radical was not from California, it was from Montana.
Yep.
Which meant if a child survived an abortion, they do not have to receive care to keep them alive. And when you see things like that, I mean, it's no wonder. Plus the giveaways, you know, that people like the idea of the student loans being forgiven. And I mean, I just think the electorate's changed in certain states. And I was surprised that Ron Johnson in Wisconsin won. And as he said, I don't know if I can do it. He, you know, what's the hat trick? 3 times? Well, I guess this is the third election. He talked the first time he won by 100,000. Then it was, 20-something thousand. And this is the third election. And he said it's barely over 1,000 votes in Wisconsin against a very liberal Mandela Barnes. And so I mean, I hate to say this, but I mean, I will be supporting President Trump. There is no doubt about it. You know, I mean, how many times are they going to try to keep prosecuting this man personally? And at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? All the charges are BS. And so, especially the first thing, when he was a private citizen, as he is now. So, I mean, I look at it this way, whoever the most coveted job is going to be, if President Trump wins the nomination, who will be the vice president?
Right. And right there, I got to get my news break as we hit the bottom of the hour.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marussa reporting Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which is under Russian control, was rocked by shelling on Sunday, drawing condemnation from the UN nuclear watchdog, which said such attacks risked a major nuclear disaster. Protests raged on at Iranian universities and in some cities on Saturday as Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei warned the country's enemies may try to mobilize workers after failing to topple the Islamic government in more than 2 months of unrest. One of the boldest challenges to Iran's clerical leaders in decades, the protests have been gaining steam, frustrating authorities who have blamed Iran's foreign enemies and their agents for orchestrating the disturbances. U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris visits the Philippines this week in the Biden administration's latest high-level engagement with America's oldest Asian ally. This is USA Radio News.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Message and data rates may apply.
Come on, one more rep. You got this. 10. There it is. Nice work, man. You're a beast.
Thanks, man. I feel better than I have in years. And I got to tell you, taking Nugenix makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix? That's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas. The big hurt, right?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is Testofen, which helps boost free testosterone levels and increase lean muscle mass.
Well, it's clearly working for you. Hey, are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try for themselves?
Yeah, Nugenix is a great way to increase lean muscle and feel stronger with more energy and endurance.
Man, I need to get a complimentary bottle of Nugenix.
No problem. You just got to send them a text. Text GRIT to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix, the #1 selling free testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of new Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help get you back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text GRIT to 321-321. That's GRIT to 321-321.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we've got clear lines at 844-3388. We'll get back and finish up with Dan. He brought up, though, the money and munitions going to Ukraine. Had the story from over the weekend. Of course, the big news over the past week, that the collapse of the crypto exchange linked to the Democrat Party, revealing that FTX presently suffers from anywhere from 10 to as much as 50 billion in liabilities and virtually no assets. And among those liabilities are investments made by Ukraine's leadership. In the bankruptcy filing, FTX, the filing appears to have held tens of billions in American military aid to Ukraine. Instead of using those alleged funds to fight Russia, the money was instead invested in the FTX Ponzi scheme. From the bankruptcy filing, it's clear that this money has now disappeared. Instead of using U.S. military aid to fight Ukraine, Ukraine invested part or maybe all of it into FTX, and right now, it looks like the money's gone. Hal Turner was talking about this on his program late last week. The crypto money from unsuspecting clients also used to fund the Democrat Party here in the United States. More evidence surfacing suggesting the funds may have been stolen. Sam Bankman-Fried, the CEO of FTX, was, as we know, one of the top donors to Democrats, with only George Soros outperforming. him recently, he also shared the podium with some of the globalists, the likes of Tony Blair and Bill Clinton. It looks like Ukraine was receiving money from the U.S., then sent it to FTX, and FTX sent it to some of the same Democrats who had originally voted to send it to Ukraine. At this hour, it appears to some observers to be pure money laundering. Conspiracy, criminal conspiracy to violate campaign finance laws. Now, Reuters exclusively reported that the founder and CEO of FTX transferred $10 billion of customer funds to his trading company known as Alameda Research, which was apparently run by his girlfriend, so they say. All right. Second largest individual donor to Democrat causes in this midterm election cycle, with total donations of $39.8 million, only, again, behind Soros. Of that, $27 million was given to Protect Our Future PAC, which was bankrolled by Bankman-Fried. Now, the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission are all looking into whether FTX.com mishandled customer funds, right? Bankman-Fried is also being investigated by the Securities and Exchange Commission for potential violation of securities rules. One of the recipients on the Democrat side was none other than Maxine Waters. That topic, she was given a question about that last week. She kind of tried to sidestep it by saying, I don't want to get into that, but both Republicans and Democrats received money from FTX. All right, a little more digging into that found, the numbers, which I have over here, depicting 95% of Bankman-Fried's donations were to Democrats. Apparently, there were a handful of Republicans, and those Republicans that actually received some donations from him were on the committee, the same committee that was tasked with looking into maybe putting regulations in place for cryptocurrency, the crypto exchanges. Yes, it was a well-played game. But, billions of U.S. taxpayer dollars. All right, welcome back, Dan.
Yeah, see, I mean, we're meeting Ukraine's payroll, their federal payroll. That can be verified, or supposedly. But then Zelensky, the person we've made a hero, he's investing the money in FTX, and I mean, I wouldn't even know how you would describe it. I guess if I said we must have some dumbass people running this country, as well as the people that elect them, I think I'd be considered as being arrogant, or you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But how else would you describe this? I mean, this is a Ponzi scheme that probably rivals a very elementary thing. I guess this guy just thought the money is, I can do whatever I want with it. And granted, I don't think there's any legal, I mean, other than just plain fraud, I don't believe that the federal government regulates cryptocurrency. Do they, Steve? I don't believe they do.
That's what,
like
I said, there was a committee set up, and I've got the names of the members of that committee. Maxine Waters was one of those on that committee that were given the task of working on regulations for the crypto industry. And this Bankman-Fried guy was making donations to everyone on that committee, trying to essentially buy them out kind of thing.
Well, do you know who the Republicans are that got this money? Because quite frankly, I'd vote against them. And they should be thrown off the committee. I mean, that's pure people. a family business. We deal with school districts. We can't even buy them a meal. You understand which is correct.
Yeah, right.
I can't contribute to their election campaign. Right. I agree with all that. And if you do, we've got in the city of St. Louis, I live outside of it, but the head of the 3 city of St. Louis officials were indicted and are going to go to do some prison time for taking maybe $1,000 or $1,500 from some gas station owner who wanted to get his, you know what I'm saying, to get a building permit to build a gas station. And then you've got people like this in Congress. They're just thieves. They're taking money. I'd like for them to explain how they wouldn't take FTX's position. Giving the money back, what do you keep them giving the money back? But again, where's the Justice Department? Where's the FBI? It's nowhere. I hate to say this, Steve, because I do come from a military family. I don't really have any pride in this country's government. I don't have any trust in it because it's not trustworthy. Sit there and allow something like this to go on. I mean, you can cop out and say, well, we don't really regulate the guy. Well, yeah, and he gave you money so he doesn't get regulated. You dumbass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's...
What do they say? Well, I know this is taxpayers' money. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't want any more money going to Ukraine. And we quite frankly, we are the cause behind this. Because they're going to come to the U.S. Instead of us saying to him, you need to settle this up with Putin. You need to get this settled with Russia. You went through it in 2014, right? When he took over, what did he take over?
Crimea.
Chechnya or something like Crimea. He took over Crimea. So you need to settle that up. But right now we're saying, go ahead and keep fighting. And what did Biden say? We're going to the end. Well, their country is being destroyed every day. They're going to come to the U.S. and say, we need money for a power plant. And we'll see pictures of people burning their furniture to try to stay warm. You know what I'm saying? And everything else. And quite frankly, they have a point. We're saying to them, your country got destroyed, so we're going to stand behind you. I find, and the rest of NATO, I don't know if you know it, but the rest of Europe's kind of given up on this. I mean, they're saying, well, you know, Germany and them, we need the gas. You can't tell me the rest of them are this gung-ho on it. So I mean, that's what I called about, because when I read that article, I can send it to you if you want. It's in American Greatness. But it's about this war in Ukraine, and again, that's the type of thing that should be in the news. That's what should be in the news. So, but anyway, I appreciate it very much.
One other tidbit in regards. You brought that up at the start of the con. When we sat down and first got this thing up and running here through Hot Shot Secret, we were talking about what news organization we could use. Of course, we know what, ABC News, how biased they are. You got the like, do you want NBC or CBS? There's only so many options. Even Fox News on the radio side, I don't think that was even available to us because we weren't on terrestrial or whatever, that they wouldn't even, and the amount of money they wanted to charge was like outrageous. So someone had suggested try the USA Radio News. It's kind of an affordable option kind of thing. But, yeah, I know. I don't know. Is there such a thing as a not biased news outlet?
Well, there are. I've heard them. I didn't know you pay USA. I would think USA would pay you because they do advertising, of all people, MyPillow. On their show,
right,
so I didn't.
Right.
So no, you're saying you actually pay USA for the feed?
It's Most of it is like, their advertisements run on the program, but then I'm pretty sure that it's a relatively small fee compared to the other news outlets.
Well, I guess when I'm surprised, I know you. I hope to one of these days meet you before I leave this earth. But knowing that, Chris, you're pretty conservative,
certainly.
And I'm just kind of surprised, listening to this, and I do want to bring it up because this guy Tony Marino, I think is his name, that's the newscaster. I didn't know if he writes his own news or they provide it for him. But if you listen to the news that came on the top of the hour, you can't tell me that's not very biased. That would outdo MSNBC news if there is some radio news from them. But I guess I get the same thing from when Fox Television has a guest on and they say something that's not true. It goes unchallenged. And because they don't want to get, we don't have Bill O'Reilly around anymore, or Greta Van Susteren. We do have Sean and we do have Tucker, and they do a great job. But, the rest of those shows, I don't listen. Cavuto's terrible. And he'll just, if anybody that'll trash Trump, that's his lead guest. So I understand that, but that's not the news. You know what I'm saying? That's not the news.
Right.
When I listen, I'm listening to the news, and so I just thought I'd bring that. That I didn't really call. I've been thinking about it because during the week I listen every night, and I have yet to find one news broadcast. That's anything relevant, And the ones tonight, I forgot about Adam Schiff, and what Adam Schiff says about Adam Schiff's gone. Adam Schiff has lied to the American public. Remember, he had all that proof on President Trump with Russian collusion.
Yep.
And when you put it forward, well, it never came forward. We don't have it, but I said it. Well, why quote that liar? You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't get it. Maybe the powers to be can carry this on. You know what I'm saying? With whoever your representative is there, but. And hopefully if there's other people who feel the same way, maybe they'll call in and validate what I say, or they may think differently. I don't know. But anyway, I appreciate the show, and but I will send you that article if you'd like.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Because I'm going to print it out. Yeah, I'm going to print it out and put it in my own little stack of material that I read for talking points, because yours is the main show that I call. So, anyway, but I appreciate it, Steve.
Thank you very much. All right.
I'll be listening.
I'll watch for that. Thank you very much, Dan. Yeah, real quick, you brought up the Maxine Waters, the regulation on the crypto, and that obviously with what transpired last week, there's going to be a heightened sense of urgency to, in some way try to regulate what's going on with the crypto stuff. But Bankman-Fried and executives at his crypto firm contributed hundreds of thousands of dollars to members of the House committee that's actually going to hold hearings next month on the company's collapse. Bankman-Fried and his co-founders there at FTX contributed $300,351 to 9 members of the House Financial Services Committee, according to the Federal Election Commission records. Some of the largest contributions were to Democrats on the committee's Digital Assets Working Group, which worked on regulation of the crypto industry. None other than Maxine Waters, who chairs that committee, announced this probe last week into FTX's collapse after the company declared bankruptcy, wiping out billions of dollars in customers' portfolios. The Justice Department, the Securities and Exchange Commission are also reportedly investigating Bankman-Fried for potential misuse of customer funds. But Bankman-Fried's donations to committee members could also raise concerns that the lawmakers won't adequately investigate the guy who spent millions on advertising, lobbying, philanthropic causes to burnish his company's image as an ethical crypto company in an industry that's rife with scam artists. You know, one of the 9 committee members who received contributions from Bankman-Fried, only Representative Chuy Garcia has thus far said he would return his $2,900 contribution from the billionaire, while Maxine Waters said the committee's going to investigate the collapse. She has no apparent plans to look into Bankman-Fried's efforts to buy favor in Washington. I mentioned she actually dodged questions last week about whether she's concerned about his political donations. She said, quote, "Well, I don't want to get into that. As a matter of fact, both sides, Democrats and Republicans, have received donations." Now, that was on Fox Business. Now, they point out, while Bankman-Fried has donated to Republicans, more than 95% of his contributions went to Democrats and Democrat committees. Along with top FTX executives, he contributed to 7 Democrats and 2 Republicans on the Financial Services Committee, which, again, you got to step back and say, well, this guy was literally trying to buy their favor, right? They gave to five members of the committee's Digital Assets Working Group that Maxine Waters launched last year to support responsible innovation that protects consumers and investors and craft regulations for the industry. Now, to date, they have not proposed any regulations. Some lawmakers are right now saying if they would have put something forward, they may have been able to blunt the impact of the bankruptcy that occurred just over a week ago now. But hindsight is 20/20. But yeah, she's chair of the committee that's actually going to be investigating FTX. It's like you can't make this stuff up, right? All right, who we got online? Grump, I believe, is next up here. Morning, Grump.
What's up, Steve? How you doing? I was listening to your other caller, Doug, there talking about this, Adam Schiff specifically. It's crazy that Article 1 of the Constitution allows for congressional members to blatantly lie on the House floor if they say it on the House floor. Now, this is expanded that over the years to include coming from the House, going to the House. Say they stop in at the View and they want to run their mouth about something, they're protected there. They are granted immunity from prosecution over any kind of lies that they tell. It's in conjunction with any kind of an investigation or anything. It's absolutely asinine that you or I could go up to and testify, in front of the House, and if we didn't quite know what the hell we were talking about, and they viewed that as we were not truthful with them, we could be prosecuted. But yet here these jackasses can stand right there on the House floor and blatantly lie about everything, and that's exactly what Adam Schiff did. Every day, that moron, that apple-headed ass would come out and tell another damn lie. And he knew that he was granted he was granted immunity from prosecution. Same way with Swalwell. And it's just, I'm not, the Republicans, I'm sure, have done it too, but this was during the Trump impeachment. And it just blows my mind how they are allowed to continually do that, and yet they still get elected to office. What was Adam Schiff? He was like 63% of the vote or something like that in his district out there. Are they that hard up for idiots? in California. I think they met their quota, if I'm, just by looking. But it's, I don't know, man. I tell you. But this whole Ukraine thing, I'm sick of it. I don't give a rat's ass about Ukraine. Putin can blow that damn place off the face of the earth, or vice versa. What ought to happen is this president of Ukraine and that little sawed-off Putin ought to get a couple of ball bats, just meet each other right there at the state lines and just beat the hell out of each other and get it over with. I mean, it just turns my stomach every day to see the amount of money that we're giving them, and it's only a fraction of that money actually goes for what it's going to. The rest of it is given, just given out here, yonder, and everywhere. Anybody that, I imagine we're making a hell of a lot of oligarchs and people like that rich over there, just from, the American taxpayer who's out here working their asses off so Ukraine can have something. We're driving on roads that are just tore all to hell, but yet all they can think of is Ukraine. I don't know, man. I tell you, it's,
Well, hold that thought, Grump, because there we go. We hit the top of the hour. News break as we close out hour number 2, but yeah, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. At least 5 people are dead and more than 24 were injured Saturday night in Colorado Springs after a man opened fire at Club Q, which is an LGBTQ nightclub. Police say the quick response of at least 2 patrons who approached and subdued the alleged shooter, identified as 22-year-old Anderson Lee Aldrich, saved the lives of many. Joshua Thurman took shelter and called police. Thurman says that the community deserves to feel safe in any environment, but especially its own.
This is the only LGBTQIA+ place. How are we supposed to feel safe in our environment when it just got shot up?
America will have a new House Speaker starting next year. Nancy Pelosi says she won't seek re-election, paving the way for either New York Congressman Hakeem Jeffries or Republican Kevin McCarthy to replace her. On CNN State of the Union, Congressman Adam Kinzinger says Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene will be emboldened. Kinzinger also blasted her for not wanting to give additional funding to Ukraine.
When you're her, she's a millionaire,
You've never sacrificed for a thing in your life. You've never served anything but yourself and your own goals. I can't expect her to understand what it means to actually defend democracy physically. She can pretend like she knows all she wants. She obviously doesn't.
A New York hate crime may have been diverted.
2 men were arrested at Penn Station in New York City on suspicion of a developing threat to the city's Jewish community. This is according to the NYPD commissioner. Police saying they seized an illegal Glock 17 firearm and a 30-round magazine. The 21-year-old man has been charged with making a terroristic threat, aggravated assault, and criminal possession of a weapon. For the USA Radio News Los Angeles Bureau, I'm Ellie Andrews.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
The death toll at Saturday night's mass shooting at the Colorado Springs LGBTQ club remains at 5, with 18 injured. Colorado Springs Police spokesperson Pamela Castro Sunday morning saying things moved rapidly for law enforcement. There were 5 minutes between the first 911 call and the arrest of the shooter.
The initial officer was dispatched at 11:57 p.m. The first officer arrived in the area at 12 a.m., and the suspect was detained and subsequently taken into custody at 12:02 a.m.
Todd and Julie Chrisley were driven by greed as they engaged in an extensive bank fraud scheme and then hid their wealth from tax authorities while flaunting their lavish lifestyle, arguing that the reality television stars should receive lengthy prison sentences. The Chrisleys gained fame with their show Chrisley Knows Best, which follows their tight-knit, boisterous family. They were found guilty on federal charges in June and are set to be sentenced by U.S. District Judge Eleanor Ross in a hearing that begins Monday. Here's John Murphy with the call on the Buffalo Bills radio network as Josh Allen finds Stephon Diggs for the 5-yard touchdown, giving the Bills a 13-10 lead going into halftime.
Allen puts McKenzie in motion over the right side. Now the snap. Josh wants to throw. Scans the end zone. Fires an end zone. Got a man wide open. It is caught. Touchdown Buffalo. Touchdown Bills. They take the lead with 14 seconds left in the first half.
The Bills beat the Cleveland Browns 31-23. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Marusso.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
right, back at it. Another hour as we roll into a Monday. Yeah, short work week Monday. Thanksgiving week is upon us. Here it is. Yeah, I mentioned earlier the Sunshine State not going to be living up to its nickname through the middle of this week. As they tell us, an extended stretch of wet weather is going to keep the sunshine at bay, disrupt your bustling holiday travels, and make for some pretty downright lousy weather at the beaches and the amusement parks there. A stubborn disturbance will bring repeated rounds of showers and even some steadier rain at times right here through the first half of the week. Sunday actually marked the start of the rainy stretch for many across the Sunshine State. Rain in areas from Jacksonville to Tampa, Miami, Florida. Forecasters tell us dry spells are going to be kind of hard to come by in the surrounding areas over the coming days. You're going to have to keep your rain jackets and your umbrellas handy. AccuWeather's forecast would be a vital resource for people to use headed out the door to get the minute-by-minute rain information for a specific location. But in total, through the course of the next few days, they tell us, rain of 1 to 3 inches of rain across much of Florida with some locally higher amounts, where you get those repeated downpours. The southwestern part of the state may be one exception, where rainfall's not expected to be as persistent, and total averages there probably under an inch of rain. Air travelers probably going to see some weather delays at the major hubs in addition to some slower travel as a result of the Thanksgiving holiday. On the roads, you could face reduced visibility, a lot of the spray coming off the cars and the trucks, ponding of water, increasing the risk of hydroplaning on stretches of Interstate 4, 10, 75, and 95. Now, given how the rain's going to be spread out over several days, the risk of flooding shouldn't really be a concern. Urban, low-lying, poor drainage areas may experience some ponding of water there. But any rain's just going to add more misery to those picking up the pieces in the wake of our recent hurricane strikes with Ian in September and Nicole earlier this month. Water recession will be slow along the St. Johns River, where minor to moderate flooding continues in the wake of those tropical systems there. There you go. Sunshine State going to be more liquid sunshine than anything else between now and the big travel day Wednesday. Some unsettled seas also throughout the Gulf of Mexico and along the west coast of Florida. Operators of small craft advised to use caution. Good news, if there is any, is that there should be a break in the rain and the unsettled conditions on Thanksgiving itself. Maybe a stray shower in eastern areas, but much of the state will have a chance to dry out. Okay, so for Thanksgiving Day, but for all those headed to the Sunshine State between now and then, going to be downright soggy. All right, back to the Grump here. Thanks for hanging in there. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's a damn shame the amount of money that we're going through, and spending on somebody else's wars and garbage like that. Why is it always, we send our best and our brightest to go bleed for other people when they, when all this is happening in Europe? And Europe, to me, most of the countries over there is nothing but a bunch of corrupted. And I spent many years over there, stationed over different places, England, Germany, Italy, in Turkey, places like that. And it really just turns your stomach. And it's the same old warmongers that's been in there forever and ever and ever that continue this. They don't have any care in the world who bleeds for these people over there, as long as they get their name out there as being humanitarian, toward what's going on in Ukraine and everything. It just makes absolutely no sense to me. But elections right now is nothing more than money pits, and Yeah, I can understand. People gets a little skeptical about like Kevin McCarthy, but he, I can say one thing: he raised a ton of money and got out and kind of beat the bushes and put money where it needed to be, and got Republicans elected in places where they'd never been elected before. So I'm hoping that he'll live up to the hype that he's created and everything, and go from there. But before I forget, did you happen to see that little deal on that Tesla that burned up on I-80?
Yeah, I shared that. 12,000 gallons of water took them 2 hours out there to continuously douse the damn thing.
Yeah, I went by that spot there. It burned a damn hole in the road, man. I mean, that thing was something else. I mean, when they can't put them batteries out, what the hell's going on with this? I mean, and this stuff is supposed to be, the wave of the future.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? Have air tankers flying around with water in them, waiting to want them to catch on fire or something? But I don't know. But I tell you, man, it's I'm going to be, on my run here. I'm leaving Wednesday, so I don't, going back out to Baltimore and doing that big circle that I do every week, and I am not looking forward to it. It's just last Wednesday leaving out 6 major wrecks on I-70 alone. From where I pick up here in Missouri, going over to, and that was just over to the turnpike there in Pennsylvania. I mean, speed limit signs anymore is just a damn suggestion. I mean, people don't take them serious. They just do whatever. Police officers are, I was talking to a state trooper, and he said, they're pretty much being told to, if they're not running above 20 mile over, just, 20 mile an hour over, just leave them alone, hit them with the blue lights or something like that. And, this chaotic mess that's been created by this defund the police and so much of this garbage, I don't know. I'm glad I'm not a cop anymore, because I do not have the temperament to put up with somebody, running their mouth to me like that. I wouldn't do it now, let alone being a police officer. It's just getting asinine to believe that this country is turning the way it is. And, like I said, it's just, they spend more money on elections and trying to get trying to get into office for these power drunk dumbasses that's all they want to do is to be able to, basically have control over the population. I was just read another one of Ted Cruz's book. It's Justice Corrupted, and it talks a lot about 2 different elections. This last election, and what behind the scenes stuff there. I think Trump would have won that election if he would have had different lawyers that would have filed the right briefs, and that's, I think we've talked about that before. That they just did. They waited until after the damn vote was over before they started filing briefs. They could have stopped that. Just passing out ballots and everything, because like in Pennsylvania, they just violated the Constitution. They went with this Emergency Powers Act and the Secretary of State and then the Voting Commission. Everybody said, "To hell with it. Let's just do what we want to do and fight it out in court." So they did what they wanted to do, and look what happened. The 7 battleground states that Trump had won before. By good margins and things, but he didn't help it any. By the time Cruz was asked to get involved in that, he was trying to round up lawyers. I mean, litigators that would fight this, argue these cases, good, well-known people, and none of them would do it. They said, no, it's tainted. We can't do it when he won't shut his damn mouth. And he's running around telling everybody how, this is, that's the problem with Donald. He's got to be quiet. He's got to start listening to people. And I don't know. It's, and the accomplishments that he had, and there's always something that's going to overshadow stuff, and I was skeptical, Steve, about him bringing in Jared Kushner, but the Abraham Accords and everything that happened, on that, and bringing so much peace in the Middle East, that was him, that was Jared Kushner, and he fought for that. So it was, I got another book at Bibi Netanyahu's book. I want to read it because he's he's always been somebody that I've always thought was just nothing but a lion, for Israel, and has absolutely no qualms about telling people the way it was. And back in 1983 when they hit the Iraqi reactor, the strategy that they built and how they got into across all this territory and be able to hit that reactor and then get out of there without one plane or any getting shot down or anything was just nothing short of amazing. I mean, they when you have planes that leave off jet fighters, F-16s that pour them up to give a signature of a 747 flying in, and they had a call sign that they used, that was like a civilian airliner, and they were flying into Baghdad International Airport, and they flew like that in formation so that the signature looked exactly like a 747 on the radar.
Yep.
And when they flew into, they broke off, hit the reactor, then Saudi Arabia said they wasn't going to, allow them to cross back into their airspace, coming in. Netanyahu got on the phone. He said, you really want to do this? We got a few bombs left, and, we will, fly through your airspace, so you need to stand down. And they did. They knew he was serious. But, that's something in leadership we don't see today. And, we've seen it. I think had a pretty good view of it with Trump. I think Trump, he didn't speak the political language. And I think that took a lot of people, aback about how that, the plain talk sometimes gets plain results. And look at the relationship him and, Little Rocket Man had, and look what's going on now. I mean, he's back to threatening the United States and stuff like that. And it's nuts, the way somebody like Joe Biden can come into office and just completely turn this country upside down. Somebody that's been in there for 47 to 50 years now, I guess. But it's like all these idiots, Steve. When they run for office, the first damn thing out of their mouth is, and it's these old timers, this old guard that's been around forever, is I see what's wrong with this country and I know how to fix it. You damn right you should know how to fix it because your name's been on a lot of it that screwed it up.
Yep.
And it just I don't know. I want new faces. I would love to have term limits, but there is people in there that's really, the hell they broke when they go in the Senate, they're broke when they come out, and they actually do things for the American people. Look at Ocasio-Cortez. She bitched about her college debt and everything else when she became a congresswoman and had no money whatsoever. Had $8,000 in her bank account. How in the hell did she go from $8,000 to $4 million in the bank now? It blows my mind that she doesn't stand up on the podium and say, well, I became quite wealthy since I've been a congresswoman. How long would that last? People knows it, but they don't say a damn word about it. And I don't know. I think it's just a damn shame. It really is that this is the political face that we have today. Our military is basically being diminished, and you got people since this woke crap and all this LGBTQ or whatever the hell it is, they don't even want to join the military now because of, it's just
every branch.
They don't want to be criminalized.
Every branch is struggling to meet the recruitment goals, and I don't believe that the actual vaccine requirements helping there either. I mean, there's potentially, unless something changes, we could see 14,000 Guard members relieved of their duties. That's all being played out in the courts right now. But all right, Grump, I got to get to a quick 2-minute timeout and back to the calls at 844-844-3388. Yeah, big fan of the Enchilada. Do you remember the Enchilada? If you were a Taco Bell fan back in the 80s and 90s, you should remember. I just came across over the weekend. It's back on the menu for a limited time, they tell us. Taco Bell asked their fans, what menu item would you like us to bring back to the menu? And it came down to the Enchilito or the crispy, crunchy double-decker taco. And the former came out as the winner, the Enchilito, according to the press release. Now, this Enchilito, priced at $3.79, they say is now available till November 30th at Taco Bell locations nationwide for the first time in like 10 years. Anyway, reward members voted on their preferred item via the mobile app for the first time in Taco Bell history. Yeah, debuted back in the 70s, but taken off the menu in 2013. So it's been 10 years since you've had a chance to have an Enchilito, and I know that was my wife's favorite menu item at Taco Bell. I guarantee she'll have a few Enchilitos between now and the end of November. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, on a Monday, everybody's favorite day of the week, right? Well, it was a chilly weekend. Looking at 21 outside the secret bunker in southwest Ohio at this hour. Quick reminder, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing your lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything that's going to be sitting around with gas for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage, as we know, it keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. Make sure you store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And don't forget, you can get 15% off your order, Sta-Bil products, at goldeagle.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. Again, goldeagle.com, coupon code Overnight Drive. Oh, it's the most wonderful day of the week.
Hello, Mr. Summers. That's the best day of the week. How you doing?
Doing all right. Well, for me, seeing as it is kind of like a Wednesday with the short work week, only got a three morning show this week, so halfway there.
Yep, that's the same I'm working. That's the same way I'm working. 43 degrees here at the Florida-Georgia line. It rained all day Sunday there in Clearwater. I don't recall when it's rain steady all day long like it did today. But I was glad to get out of it for a little while. But now it's in the low 40s. But I'm still braving the shorts.
You're a
sticking to them.
You're a diehard, right? Refuse to relinquish the
I'm
shorts.
a diehard. It's got to be real cold for me to put on pants. How about them Detroit Bills and the Detroit Lions both won their games? I guess you heard that.
I was watching the Buffalo game this past day. That was a pretty good game.
Yeah, we didn't get it up in my neighborhood. Well, watching all that snow that Buffalo got, I did the thing that got the season going. I got the lights up at the Parker house.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it looks pretty good. You get yours up?
No, not yet. They are talking about warming up a little bit. I think we're supposed to get close to 50 later this week. I may have to get out there and get busy.
From the sounds of your weather, I'm kind of glad I got them up already for Florida. So I heard a little. You know Nick Cannon, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
He pays $3 million a year child support on the first 10 kids that he's had, and the 11th was just born the other day, and I think the 12th might have already been born already, but those two aren't figured in yet. That's crazy. I don't know what happens if he ever gets out of a job, do you?
I think so.
Because they never adjusted my child support.
Seems like you might invest
They
in
didn't
maybe
care what I was working.
You might need to buy him a couple boxes of Trojans or something.
I don't know.
That'd be a
Maybe
lot more.
a vasectomy might hurt.
That would be a lot more affordable, yes, sir.
I heard on some program that he has lupus, some form of.
Now that I'm not sure. Yeah, I got to get my news break here.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which is under Russian control, was rocked by shelling on Sunday, drawing condemnation from the UN nuclear watchdog, which said such attacks risked a major disaster. More than a dozen blasts shook Europe's biggest nuclear power plant on Saturday evening and Sunday. The United Nations Security Council needs to take significant measures in response to the latest intercontinental ballistic missile launch by North Korea. Qatar's ruler opened the World Cup on Sunday with a call for people of all races and orientations to put aside their differences, speaking as the host nation faced a barrage of criticism over its treatment of foreign workers and LGBT rights. The Muslim Gulf nation is staking its reputation on delivering a smooth tournament and has denied accusations of abuse of workers and discrimination. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
The 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan Silver Dollar coin was struck for circulation. And now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government-struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan Silver Dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks. Guaranteed. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan Silver Dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure your full pound bag of Morgan Silver Dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-473-1745. That's 1-800-473-1745.
That's Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Of course, we all tuned in last week. We carried the launch live, the Artemis launch, the SLS craft, of course, with the Orion spacecraft atop. Everything went well, and it's been on its way to the moon ever since. Well, today, Monday, the Orion spacecraft will skim just 81 miles above the far side of the moon as it makes a crucial orbit-changing engine burn. Now, the spacecraft is bristling with cameras, so when Orion pops out from behind the moon, NASA, they anticipate, will receive some amazing images. Now, they do say live coverage of the flyby begins at 7:15 a.m. Eastern Time this morning. So if you've got NASA television, you can go to spaceweather.com, and lots of other sources will be carrying that of the Orion. I need to remember that, 7:15 a.m. Eastern Time. I was so disappointed in Mother Nature late last week. We had the big meteor shower Thursday night, Friday morning, but we had nothing but cloud cover. And then I thought, because they were talking about the possibility of a meteor outburst there Friday night into Saturday morning, like between 1 and 2 a.m. I had actually gone to bed. I got up just to go out and check on the meteor storm because it might happen. And nothing but cloud covers, so That was a washout. All right, Captain Ron, thanks for hanging in there.
Anyway, as I was saying, Nick Cannon is rumored that he got lupus 10 years ago. And he's getting sickle cells from those umbilical cords from those kids. So it might not be such a bad idea to have all those kids, if that's the case, if that's true. I don't know if it's true or not. I was going to ask you if you saw any of those Leonids, but
nope.
I didn't get up. That I haven't. I never saw any either out here on the road. Could you imagine 6 feet of snow?
No. In 24 hours, though. 24 hours, no less.
That's insane. But I wish I would have been there to be part of it. You know what I mean? That would be a cool story to tell. But I don't think I had any more else. You blew my thunder when you talked about the Leonid shot. Well, if I don't talk to you again for the rest of the week, happy Thanksgiving to you and your family, and I'll chat at you next time.
All right.
Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for, enjoy your Monday, your favorite day of the week, as he likes to put it. There you go. All right, let me flip back here. Hadn't checked on our stream chat in the last hour. Country Bumpkin checking in from the home 20. Yeah, off till the Monday after Turkey Day. So you're a full week off, right? Enjoy that. Be safe, overnight drive family. But thanks for checking in even on an off night there. Philly Dan, good morning to all the crew out there. Congratulations to the Eagles and the Bengals winning Sunday. Stay safe. God bless the Rambler. There you go. Who else we got here? Brain Dead. Let's see. I guess talking to Big Sexy. Don't remind me. I guess they're having a little conversation there. I got you. Seen Unseen is on board. Good to have you with us. One thing that should never be forgotten about the national media Saturday night, after Elon reinstated Trump's Twitter account, CBS announced they were leaving Twitter. That is true. I saw the reports. CBS, for whatever reason, they're concerned about the, I don't know if the word integrity is the right word of Twitter, but the liberals and the left, the media, the Hollywood celebs, I mean, they're all going bat crap crazy about Elon Musk reinstating former President Trump on Twitter. Let me share a couple of the quotes here. Let's see. I hate this man so much. That's a quote. I hate this man so much. Democrat communication specialist Keith Edwards tweeted after Musk made the announcement. Elon Musk is, he used the C word, said television producer Andrew Kimmel. I mean, they tweeted it out, so this is their quotes. Let's see. Under 8 different grand juries for treason, crimes of humanity, money laundering, espionage, rape, and RICO, says Blink 182's Tom DeLonge. WTF is Elon Musk doing? Why would he position himself alongside something like this, DeLonge says. Musk supporting this racist, treasonous F word makes me want to vomit and quit Twitter. NAACP President Derek Johnson tweets, you are failing our democracy. Your garbage poll means nothing. Did people outside the U.S. vote? Did you reach out to marginalized communities, the targets of Trump's rhetoric, for their input? Your followers do not represent America. If you run Twitter like this, God help us. Bob Seska says, you just incinerated $44 billion. Good luck with your dying platform. Mia Farrow, the Hollywood actress, right? Whoops, we couldn't access this week. Get blood pressure pills. Remember Meathead on the Family Meathead, who played the quintessential role because he was the quintessential left-leaning liberal meathead, Rob Reiner, who says, quote, Elon Musk is letting a man who led a violent insurrection to overthrow the United States government back on this platform, letting the lies and disinformation continue to poison the American bloodstream. Former Clinton Secretary of Labor Robert Reich says, memo to Elon, freedom of speech does not mean freedom to incite an insurrection. And on they go. Anyway, Musk reinstated Trump on the platform Saturday night. Said he took a poll. The people have spoken. Trump will be reinstated. 52% of users, they said, supported bringing Trump back to the platform. Now, at this point, I don't believe Trump has actually tweeted. It doesn't appear he's actually going to come back to the platform, but rather stick with his own created Truth Social. We'll see where that goes. As of yesterday morning, the number of Trump followers on Twitter was at 76 million followers, nearly double the number of followers of Joe Biden on Twitter. 76 million followers. We shall see. All right, lines available at 844-844-3388. Head on down to Philip, I believe. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday, bud. How you doing today?
Doing all right. Close out the weekend. Feels like Wednesday. Short work week.
Well, I'm like Captain Ron. Yesterday it rained all day down here, and it's going to be on and off today. We'll see. But it was just a cold day out down here. Well, not so much cold, but just between the rain and the temperature, it was nasty. So let me ask you a question. Are a lot of those folks you were just talking about one-dimensional in their thinking, Steve? I mean, you know, it's funny they can take people off of YouTube for making accusations about some things, but if you're going to say stuff like that and everything, they don't take you off of there. What's the difference? Can you explain that to me? I mean, I don't understand.
It's the bias, right? The bias.
You know, I just think it's funny. I mean, like with the stuff going on right now with the DOJ and all that, he made his announcement as the president. Now, this is just an average person looking at the situation. I don't support, you know, I'm not a registered Republican, but just the average person looking at it's like, why are they going after this guy and putting so much time into going after this guy? It's ridiculous. It's stupid. You know, I don't know the amount of money that has been spent when he was in office and now that he's out of office that we've spent on all this investigations, all this stuff. We could be utilizing that money for some other things. What do you think, Steve?
No doubt. I mean, hundreds of millions, if not, I don't know. What did the Mueller investigation end up costing? Wasn't it in the billions?
Absolutely. It's ridiculous. It's the amount of money that we've spent on things like this. Just think about this, the amount of time that we spent in television time alone for the impeachments for this man when he was in office. Just the money on that alone. You want to talk money, we'll talk money. Look at the money that we spent in all the revenue that they could have been making in advertising, they could have been making in different ways. Instead, they had that impeachment on television. It's absolutely crazy. It's absolutely crazy. So, but that's just the way our nation is these days. You know, we got to sensationalize everything. And you know what? Let's old news, move on. Let's get on. I mean, we got serious other things to worry about. I mean, Did you just hear on your news break about the shelling at that nuclear plant in Ukraine?
No, I had stepped out for a smoke break. I didn't hear that.
Okay, they said that the shelling has been at that Zaporizhzhia plant over there in Ukraine. They've increased it now. I mean, that are you kidding me? You're bombing at a power plant, a nuclear power plant. That nonetheless, I mean, come on. We got to worry about that stuff. We got to worry about all this deal with Trump. I mean, that's the first thing that comes on any of the newscasts now. When you see any kind of newscast, like the other day when the DOJ made their announcement on what they were doing, that was way on the beginning of the newscast before any other thing was in that. You know, there's other things going on in the world that are a lot more crucial than that, really are. It's just ridiculous. It's stupid. So, but other than that, we're doing all right. I see Orion, we're going to go around the moon today. What do you think?
Yes, sir, and that's where they're going to, I guess they're going to slingshot, use the gravity of the moon to do a little slingshot maneuver.
Yeah, they're going to slingshot around the moon. Then they said they're going to go out on the other side of the moon and go out as far as they can go and then come back and then slingshot back to Earth. So that supposedly this capsule is going to be the one that's going to go, it's going to have to go out in space the farthest than anything has been. We'll see how that plays out. The big test is when it comes back and lands off of San Diego. That's going to be the big test. If it makes it back to San Diego without getting tore up, we'll be in good shape. So, and we're going to have another SpaceX launch here. I think it's today. They're going to have another one. It's today or tomorrow. I've got to look at the times. I'm not sure about the timing on it, but we're supposed to have another one of those. And we're getting close to Starship. It's getting close to going. They fired 14 of them engines up the other day on that thing, so we'll see how that works out. And that's pretty much all I got today, buddy. You have a good holiday, and we'll talk to y'all later.
All right. Thank you for checking in. Philip, have a good morning. Eric at Eagle coming up next, after which Clear Lines at 844-3388. All right, I pulled it up, did a quick search there, and yes, he is correct. It is November the 21st here on a Monday. And yeah, I guess weather very well could be a factor in this, right? As far as a SpaceX launch, because they're talking a lot of rain in the Sunshine State. Either way, a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket slated to launch a Eutelsat 10B communications satellite today, providing maritime and in-flight broadband data and video connectivity to customers in the Americas, the Atlantic Ocean, Europe, Africa, the Middle East, and Central Asia. The Falcon 9's first stage booster will be expended, they say, in this launch. Let's see. Due to the launch window occurring outside visitor complex operating hours, no viewing will be available for this particular launch. All right. Let's see what time. I'm not seeing a time for the launch. Okay, it's time for a quick timeout, though. Again, Eagle got you coming up. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, pulled up the time. There's actually several launches taking place this week. All right, launch one, a little before 10 o'clock, 9:57 p.m. tonight. That'd be 9:57 p.m. Eastern Time from Cape Canaveral. That'll be the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket with the Eutelsat 10 communication satellite. The following day, Tuesday, another SpaceX Falcon 9 launch, launching a Dragon 2 spacecraft on its sixth cargo resupply mission to the International Space Station. This Falcon 9 first stage booster will come back and land on the drone ship in the Atlantic. That is slated for, 3:54 p.m. Eastern Time, again on Tuesday. 2 days, 2 launches. Wow. And it's 844-844-3388. Eagle, good morning. Oh, sounds like we got Darth Vader there. Yeah. He'll try back again. Thank you. Eagle, if you wake up, give us a call back. We let him doze off. All right, so we got clear lines there. Again, 844-844-3388. Now, we touched on this late last week under the industry headlines. The Love's Travel Center somewhat accidentally put loaded diesel fuel into the 87-octane regular old gas fueling tank. And to date, they're saying 15 motorists are asking Love's to reimburse them for the damage done to their vehicles. Wrong fuel offloaded to the pumps. WHIO 7 News reports a diesel delivery made last week was offloaded into the wrong tank at the Love's in Clark County, Ohio. Multiple motorists filled their gas cars with diesel. Somehow or another, it was dropped into the 87-octane tank. According to the director of the Audits Office, Weights and Measures Bureau, now several motorists say their cars are acting up after being filled with the wrong fuel at no fault of their own. We started getting on the interstate. It started going in and out, whose Honda Accord started acting up on the highway. They said, I only have a week's worth of rental car. I said, well, can you pay up front? They said, no, we don't do that either. Other motorists say their estimated repairs range from $250 to $800, and the solutions range from flushing and draining the tank to possibly new fuel pumps and injectors. Love's has confirmed 15 driver reports of car issues. They believe that number could grow to 25. According to the statement from Love's on November the 11th, we were notified of an isolated incident at a regular unleaded tank at the Springfield location. It was immediately addressed, and the Love's is resolving the issue with the impacted customers, they say. They say they will reimburse customers for repairs that they consider reasonable and necessary, but did not offer up any front financial assistance or explain what sort of repairs, I guess, would be considered reasonable. Who makes that decision, right? Oh, boy. They will cover reasonable expenses. What is reasonable, one customer asked. I feel the company should tell you what they're going to cover up front and actually pay for those expenses up front. What do you think? I almost sense maybe a few folks may be having to file suit. What is reasonable expenses? All right, about a minute before we hit our top of the hour news break coming up here on a Monday morning. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Hello to Billy, checking in. Billy Lennig. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight drive, folks. 33 degrees in Beulahville, North Carolina. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Have a great day out there. Tom says, Steve, I sent you an email. Please respond. Now, Tom, if that's the name I should see on that, I'm not seeing that I got an email from you. The email is steve@hotshotsecret.com. Pretty simple. Yeah, so maybe send that again. All right, coming up, trying to save Christmas, right? The toy makers shifting gears, they tell us, to save the inflation-stricken Christmas. Yeah, the prices of everything are up, of course, and not to mention our Thanksgiving dinner. Going to cost you more. But we're all set for Thanksgiving 2022. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shots Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shots Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shots Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. The suspect in the overnight mass shooting at an LGBTQ nightclub in Colorado Springs has been identified as Anderson Lee Aldrich. He was injured and is in custody after a total of 5 people were shot and killed. At least 25 other people were hurt, up from the initial number of 17, according to the city. He's 22 years old. Police haven't released his photo. They also didn't share any motive for the shooting. Joshua Thurman was there at the time.
This was not needed. It was It was unnecessary. For whatever reason, you felt like you had to come up into our safe space and shoot it up. You've harmed us in a way that I don't know how we can bounce back from this.
Memories of the tumultuous 2016 Republican primary hung over the Las Vegas ballroom this weekend during the first major gathering of the party's potential contenders for the 2024 nomination. No fewer than 10 White House prospects stepped onto the stage to pitch their plans to fix the nation and their party. The details varied, but within most speeches was an extraordinary sense of defiance rarely seen since former President Donald Trump seized control of the Republican Party 6 years ago. Their central message: Trump can and should be beaten. A major U.S. television network has walked away from Twitter.
CBS News has become the first major news outlet to suspend activities on Twitter. The network says it is doing so, quote, in light of the uncertainty around the social media platform and out of an abundance of caution. Variety reports similar wording was shared Friday on the Twitter account of CBS-owned station KPIX in San Francisco. CBS News' decision comes just more than 3 weeks into the tenure of Elon Musk's ownership of the company. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
House Intelligence Committee Chairman Adam Schiff said on ABC's This Week, Attorney General Merrick Garland did the right thing when he appointed a special counsel to oversee the investigation into former President Trump's words and actions with regard to the January 6th attack on the Capitol and also the investigation of documents taken from the White House to Trump's Florida home.
I hope that the special prosecutor will move with alacrity and fulfill the commitment Merrick Garland made at the outset, which is that everyone will be treated equally under the law, and that includes the former president.
Hey, there's more support for Taylor Swift fans known as Swifties upset about the mega mess involving online concert ticket sales. Some ticket resellers were taking advantage of the situation by charging outrageous prices online. A member of the Senate Judiciary Committee is backing calls for a federal investigation. Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal said that Ticketmaster executives should appear before Congress.
Question I would ask is, have you complied with the consent decree by avoiding raising fees unnecessarily, charging exorbitant prices, taking over venues, sponsorships, advertisers to strangle the market?
Here's the call on the Saints Radio Network.
Under pressure, Dalton throws it to the middle of the field, looking for Olave, who makes the catch. And see you later, bye. Chris Olave with the touchdown.
The New Orleans Saints beat the defending champion L.A. Rams 27-20. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to save.
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Back at it here on a Monday. Welcome in, welcome aboard. Everybody on the same page. Cross over that midnight hour on the West Coast in the Pacific time zone. Trust you had a good weekend. As we move into Thanksgiving week, obviously big week for travelers. AAA says 55 million will be heading out on the highways or headed to the airports. Undoubtedly, they say pack your patience. Both Tuesday and Wednesday expected to be very busy travel days all around the country. I guess the good news as far as travelers' weather, Tuesday and Wednesday, most of the country will be in pretty good shape. Yeah, things begin to change there as we head into actually Thanksgiving Day. We shared earlier, big storm going to be developing right in the heart of the country. Yeah, could combine with a southern storm. If the two come together, it may be a big storm. Yeah, no guarantees at this point. They're still working the models. They could remain separate systems, which wouldn't have nearly as much impact, but how about the massive snowfalls there in New York? Piles, snow over your head for many adults. That's incredible. Pounding areas east of Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. Yeah, snowfall was up to 77 inches in the Buffalo suburb of Orchard Park. That was as of Saturday afternoon. I think they actually exceeded 80 inches of snow. Yeah, some of this right there near the Fort Drum Army Base. Just under 6 feet of snow there. I mean, these are mind-boggling numbers. Yeah, forecasters tell us, I mean, with that amount of snow, trucks that took to smaller back roads to avoid the closures on some of the interstates ended up in massive gridlock in Erie County. Yeah, the county executive described on social media it was a tractor-trailer demolition derby day. Wow. Yeah, also wreaked havoc on the wedding plans of Robert Judge, who had picked this day for their nuptials after getting engaged exactly 1 year ago. Obviously, you couldn't get there. Yeah, the reception venue was canceled. Everything had to be rescheduled for next week. Pretty incredible photos, though. Of course, they moved that New York, the Buffalo game with the Cleveland Browns. They moved that over to Detroit. So we heard there in the news break, Buffalo came out on top. All right, the snow just would not end. Well, Sunday, things had quieted down, and believe it or not, they're saying pretty much all the interstates have reopened and all the travel restrictions, believe it or not, have come to an end. So that's pretty incredible. With that amount of snow, most communities around the country would be literally shut down for an entire week if they received those kind of snowfall numbers. I don't know how they were able to handle that much snow that quickly, but they're used to big snows. They're in Buffalo. All right, I came across from someone had shared from the Pet Poison Helpline, Thanksgiving week, right? And we all like to spoil our pets. Here's a bite of this and a bite of that, and I'm no exception. My Turbo loves table scrap treats. But they say this time of year, a lot of dogs, a lot of pets will be given treats from the table that they're not supposed to have. And one of those that I was guilty over the years, I didn't realize, ham. Ham was something you're not supposed to give your dog. Dogs cannot have ham. Of course, chocolate has always been on the list. Don't give your doggy chocolate. Onions, grapes, raw potatoes. They say dogs cannot have mashed potatoes. Do not give your dog canned cranberry sauce. Do not feed him pie filling or stuffing. Yeah, why? I don't know. If you want to give your doggy a treat, they can have some turkey. Don't give them the skin or the fat. Obviously, don't give them the bones because they'll get bone slivers stuck in their gullet. They can have carrots, celery, corn, sweet potatoes, green beans, pumpkin, rice, and cheese, in moderation, a little bit of cheese. If you want to give your Rover a treat this Thanksgiving. Morning, Pappy. What's happening out there?
What's happening, Steve? What about Reese cups?
That's chocolate.
Dang. Now, I bet you there's one driver out there that's going to be giving his Reese cups. Come on.
I bet you. Yep.
Oh, man. Anywho, Steve, I missed a little bit of the show tonight. Man, I feel like all heck broke loose here for a little while. Not so much directly out here, a little bit, but a lot of stolen vehicles being chased and other pursuits going on.
Really?
Anyway.
Crazy night, huh?
Yeah. Anywho, Steve, I'm just heartbroken that Meathead is not happy with Twitter.
Meathead, yep. Old Rob Reiner.
Yeah. Steve, it just goes, here we got a political opponent of the Democrats, right? Running for president of the United States, and they want to censor him. Oh. They're just showing who they are, Steve. That's all there is to it. They're just showing who they are. I remember when I had a Twitter account, Steve, I don't think I ever even used it. I don't think I ever sent out a tweet.
Right.
I just had the daggone thing, but as soon as they kicked Trump off, I deleted that account real quick. So, you know, if all the liberals want to delete their account, have at it, man. It's supposed to be a free country, right? And there was a lot of people that deleted their accounts also, and they might just reopen their Twitter account. So I don't think it'll hurt Twitter that bad one way or another.
Yeah, I know. I had a Twitter account that was set up by 700. I'm pretty sure they set me up an account through Hotshot Secret. I don't have Twitter on my phone. I don't use Twitter. So, I mean, there's several accounts out there in my name that are active but never get used.
Steve, I would have never had Facebook if my one of my daughters, not Mercedes, but one of the other older ones, you know, when it first came about, Dad, you got to get on this. What are you talking about, huh? I think it started out as MySpace, maybe.
Yep.
They hooked me up with the account, man. I mean, you know, I don't get it on all that often. Maybe once, twice a day I'll get. I don't, you know, post a whole lot of stuff. It just depends on what's happening in the news, I guess. I mean, but you see some people just, you know, post after post after post. You know, a lot of stuff I could care less what you're having for dinner tonight. I just don't care. Why? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Some people post every move they make, everywhere they go, everywhere they stop. You know, it's like, oh, well, whatever.
Right. Yeah. But, so anyway. Steve, you know, Bongino was talking about this. We've talked about it a little bit in the past about, you know, the January 6th hearings. It just amazes me that this was supposed to be the worst in Pearl Harbor, worse than the 9/11 attacks, right? But yet they failed to call one witness, Steve. And this one witness, you would think, would be a key if they're trying to say this was an armed resurrection, which nobody was arrested with a weapon in that building. But remember the bomb that was supposedly set up at the DNC, where Kamala Harris was.
I mean, didn't
right?
I thought they had? Didn't they say there were bombs located at both the RNC and the DNC? Wasn't that the case?
Supposedly. Why aren't they being more? Steve, if this was the case, right? There was a female that found that bomb at approximately 11:45, shortly before that vote was supposed to take place. Wouldn't you want to subpoena that witness, Steve? At the January, these hearings that they're having, that there was a bomb located, would you want to subpoena a witness and say, yes, there was a bomb right there. I saw it and I called the police. I mean, that's an eyewitness, Steve, to evidence, supposedly. So why wasn't she called to testify? They're trying to make this thing go away, Steve. You're not hearing anything about this bomb that was located, this pipe bomb that was supposedly located.
Yep.
You know, hush, hush, hush. And you would think, Steve, that this was a overthrow of the government, that they would want to find this person that planted that bomb. They supposedly showed some photos, right, of this individual. And, man, wouldn't you think there'd be a manhunt across this country to locate that person? That'd be my guess.
Absolutely. But I mean, it's just, we heard about it maybe for a few days after the fact. I mean, a few blurbs which simply said no suspects as far as who planted it or whatever. But I haven't heard anything, any kind of update. Is there actually still a
Nothing, Steve.
search on?
Yeah. Nothing. Just, I don't know. I mean, you think if there was a bomb that was planted by an individual that was trying to overthrow the government, that they would want to snatch this person up. I mean, they go out of their way to arrest a grandma for trespassing and lock her up for 60 days. So, but no interest in the bomber. Just, I don't know, things that make you go, All right, my man, that's all. Hey, listen, I am out in Crosby Township. It is 12 degrees, Steve. I know the thermometer is working on this car. Okay? I was down on 128 at 50 down in Whitewater towards Cleves earlier. It went up to 16 degrees. And I drove right back to the spot where I was sitting when I made that comment on your Facebook page. And it's back down to 12 degrees. So it's 12 degrees where I'm sitting right now. The thermometer's not. Yeah. And I can tell, I can feel it. I know when it's cold.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
Just be glad. I'm glad the wind's not blowing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's cold, but I mean, it would probably feel like zero if we had a breeze.
It's not like windy out here, but there's a little breeze going. There's a little breeze going. But yeah, thank God, like the wind's not really kicking. But all right, I guess. Let's see, Wednesday night, which is your Tuesday. No, hold on. Let me get this right here. Wednesday night is your Thursday. So you're off Thursday night, right? Technically Wednesday going into Thursday.
I'll be off Wednesday night, Thursday morning, and Thursday night, Friday morning. Yeah.
Well, there you go. All right. So we only got you for another
2 more nights.
2 nights.
After tonight, yep.
Gotcha. All right. I'll be working.
Enjoying the holidays. All right. Thank you, Pappy. Be safe out there. Stay warm, right? 22 past the hour. Midnight special got you coming up. And again, Quiet Monday on the phones. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Throughout the year, we had followed various outbreaks of the bird flu, the avian influenza, as they call it. And they had to call millions of birds. And when you hear a figure like, hey, they had to call 8 million turkeys this year, just since February. You think, man, oh man, turkeys may be hard to come by this Thanksgiving. That is not the case. I mean, the numbers are pretty mind-blowing. According to the Vice President of Communications and Marketing at the National Turkey Federation, she says, don't worry about not getting a bird to fill your Thanksgiving dinner. No major impacts, although farmers have lost about 8 million turkeys due to the bird flu. She said that's really not the big factor in the cost increases we're seeing this Thanksgiving. 8 million is just over 3% of annual turkey production. We predicted, according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, to raise over 212 million turkeys in the U.S. this year. So while those losses are significant for any farmer that's dealing with them, overall it doesn't have a significant impact on their availability. Now, why are you paying more? In reality, it's the combination of several events that's contributed to the 20% increase in our Thanksgiving dinner cost. Droughts that have impacted the growth of turkey feed and the increased cost of fuel to transport anything. Those are primarily responsible for the increase. The cost of everything to raise a turkey has gone up this year, particularly grain prices. Corn, soybeans, the things that turkeys eat a lot of. And one reason is weather. When we do have dry weather, it makes it more difficult for those crops to be successfully harvested. The Farm Bureau reported the average cost of this year's classic Thanksgiving feast for 10 is $64 and a nickel. I mean, we're talking like $6.50 a person, right? Last year's average was $53.31. The national average for a turkey featured at the grocery store is 97 cents a pound. And she reminded consumers they might not even experience the increase in the turkey prices themselves, as most retailers offer turkey holiday deals trying to get you into the store, right? So bottom line is, if you're looking for a turkey, you're going to be able to find one, no problem. Plan ahead for the start of your shopping. One thing to remember, though, is if you've got a frozen bird, depending on the size of the bird, it may need to be out of the freeze and into the fridge already, depending on how big. Who was it earlier said they got a 25-pounder? I think a 25-pounder is going to take 4 or 5 days to thaw in the fridge. So you might want to check your numbers on that. I believe we got 2 turkey breasts, rather than the whole bird. But I think they're like 6-7 pounds apiece. I think we're supposed to take them out for Monday. By Monday evening, I believe it was. Everybody is calling that Butterball Turkey hotline on Thanksgiving where they say, how do I thaw my bird? It's frozen solid. How do I thaw it? It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which is under Russian control, was rocked by shelling on Sunday, drawing condemnation from the UN nuclear watchdog, which said such attacks risked a major disaster. More than a dozen blasts shook Europe's biggest nuclear power plant on Saturday evening and Sunday. The United Nations Security Council needs to take significant measures in response to the latest intercontinental ballistic missile launch by North Korea. Qatar's ruler opened the World Cup on Sunday with a call for people of all races and orientations to put aside their differences. Speaking as the host nation faced a barrage of criticism over its treatment of foreign workers and LGBT rights. The Muslim Gulf nation is staking its reputation on delivering a smooth tournament and has denied accusations of abuse of workers and discrimination. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
The 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan Silver Dollar coin was struck for circulation, and now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan Silver Dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks. Guaranteed. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan Silver Dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure your full pound bag of Morgan Silver Dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-473-1745. That's 1-800-473-1745.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here on a Monday. Here's something you need to have that. I pulled up the numbers from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. If you got the frozen bird, so you pretty much you allocate 1 day for each 4 to 5 pounds of weight. So you've got like a 16-pounder. Takes about 4 days to thaw in the fridge. 4 to 5 days. If you got a smaller crowd, say an 8 to 12 pound turkey, put it in the fridge on Monday. That's today. Again, they say essentially account for, say, 1 day for like every 4 pounds. Make some room in the bottom of the fridge. Have a rimmed baking sheet or roasting pan nearby. I remember a couple of years ago, I put the bird in, and the bottom shelf of the fridge didn't have anything under it. And as it thaws, all that juice begins oozing out. It comes out of the plastic and whatnot. And there was turkey juice all over the fridge. So, yeah, have a pan underneath to catch the drippings. Midnight Special. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. How's it going this morning?
Oh, it's a Monday. You know the drill. Mondays are special. It's very, very quiet, but going well because it's a short work week and I only got 2 more nights left, and it's the weekend again.
Yeah, that's me. I got 2 more days left, but it feels like Wednesday right now.
Yep.
I guess because anticipating the short week.
Yep.
Talk about those prices. I went out to the store Saturday. I planned on frying a turkey Thursday, and I saw where 2.5 gallons of peanut oil was like $60. I said, that's not happening, so I'm just going to smoke one instead.
Wow, so
that's unreal.
The deep fryer oil. It seems like last year the price of the deep fry oil was almost double what it was the year before, and it's gone up even more?
Yeah, I remember you could get about 2.5 gallons for about $30. And it was, they had it $60. They had a whole pallet there at the grocery store. I mean, none weren't gone. I said, there's no way I'm gonna pay that. I'm just gonna throw it on the smoker. And I said, that's unbelievable. But what was them Democrats thinking last week? I mean, the Republicans thinking last week when they voted McConnell back in?
I wish I knew. They all want to say we need change, and then, then you keep the status quo.
Yeah, I did see where somebody had asked Elon Musk, was he going to let Alex Jones back on Twitter, and he said that was a no-go for him.
Yeah, they put Trump back on. I saw that. Alex Jones is still off. Yes.
Yeah, he said that was going to be a no-go. But I don't know if you saw in your area. I think it was on the national news. Did you see where that Christmas parade in Raleigh on Saturday, that pickup truck ran over that girl in the parade and killed her? He was pulling a float.
I saw the headline. That's about it. I don't think I even had that full story. No.
Yeah, he was actually pulling a float. I think he was like 20-year-old, and he ran over a girl that was on a dance team there, 11 years old. She got killed during the parade. That was pretty sad.
She fell off the flatbed, like off the float or whatever, and ended up getting run over, right?
No, I think there was they were dancing in front of his truck, and he was behind them. And I don't know if the brakes went out or something, the transmission or something, but he couldn't stop the truck, and he actually ran over her.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she was 11 years old, and they got him on a slew of charges. It's like 6 or 7 charges the last time I saw the article. Manslaughter charges, and I think he said he had a gun on him and everything else, but he was pulling a float from what the article said. That's about all I heard about it. It's just sad, 11-year-old girl get killed like that.
Yep, no doubt.
Well, what's the call given?
Say it again.
Y'all have a good morning.
Oh, you just called to check in. Okay, well, yep, that's good to hear from you. Thank you very much. Help things out on a Monday, as we like to say, all right? All right, so we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. May have actually even dropped the phones. Let's see, we'll just reconnect here real quick. And
ready to connect.
There you go. Okay, we'll get things picked back up. That was perfect timing, though. But I pulled up the story. Young girl performing in a North Carolina Christmas parade. died after the driver lost control of a vehicle towing a float in the procession and hit her. GMC Denali had been pulling a float for the CC & Company dance when the driver began shouting he had lost control of the vehicle. Police later identified 20-year-old Landon Glass as the driver. Glass hit the girl at a slow speed. Despite life-saving efforts, she later died. According to the reports, they were trying to get us all out of the way, according to one of the other dancers in the group, and unfortunately, one of our girls was not able to get out of the way. They pulled the dancer out right in front of us. Glass now facing charges of misdemeanor death by motor vehicle, careless and reckless driving, improper equipment, unsafe movement, and carrying a firearm in a parade, which I guess that's a no-no as well. Wow, so he's right. Slew of charges there. But meanwhile, come Thanksgiving Day, everybody begins thinking, all right, time to get the holiday shopping underway, all right? Black Friday coming up. Is it just me, or haven't I been watching television that every Friday for the past month has been Black Friday for some group? But, everybody trying to get a jump, a head start on the holiday shopping, but the holiday season upon us. Parents flocking to stores to get the kids gifts for Christmas. This year, they say it's a little more challenging because of economic problems. Paying more for nearly everything as inflation remains a serious issue. The cost of toys is also going up. Just like other industries, the toy makers raised their prices out of necessity to turn a profit on their goods. That's, of course, hitting moms and dads in the pocketbooks. Fortunately, some manufacturers have come up with a solution. Earlier this year, Global Toy News released their 2022 Toy Inflation Survey. They conducted the poll to determine whether toy companies were passing the increased prices to consumers. According to their findings, yes, 95% of those that responded said they have dealt with rising prices. But the vast majority of retailers revealed they raised their prices in response to the increased costs. Toy manufacturers say, we know families are struggling to make their kids' holidays as magical as possible. Some companies like WowWee, MGA Entertainment, and Sky Castle Toys are all releasing what they call budget-friendly toys, many of which cost $10 or less. Over 200 more affordable toys are hitting the shelves this season, including the likes of miniature Bratz dolls, small Little Tykes, Fairy Finder toys. Vice President of Brand Development at WowWee said the companies planned their line around price points this year. That $10 price point has never been more relevant, apparently, than this holiday season. Companies say, we know families have less money to spend this season, so we've decided to bring toys that are less than $10 so that the consumers can afford gifts. Of course, it's not just the cost of presents that have gone up this year. As we were just talking, our Thanksgiving dinner is costing more. Food prices up by 10.5% this year, well over the 2% annual increase that you would typically see. It's 844-844-3388 on a Monday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Oh, we all very well know wintertime is upon us. Just ask our friends in the Buffalo area. While some parts of the country are well into the snowy season, Washington State Department of Transportation giving drivers a reminder what is required on mountains in that state. When a driver can't make it up the incline to the top of the pass, it slows everybody down and then forces a pass closure. We're asking all drivers, including our freight partners, follow the traction advisories, the chain requirements, the reduced speed limits. Yeah, they are designed to keep traffic moving and help keep everybody safe to reach their destinations. Detailed information as to what is legal in Washington regarding tires and chains is available on the WSDOT website. Information, the use of studded or traction tires, four-wheel and all-wheel drive vehicles, chain placement, commercial vehicle requirements, and there's a lot more there as well. Also, they're updating their real-time travel map, mountain passes, the traction requirements. All right, the Washington State Patrol enforces our chain requirements, but we're asking all drivers follow the postings even without the threat of a ticket. All it takes is that one person to close down a mountain pass for all of us, and we need the help of everybody to keep the traffic moving there in Washington State. I see Rick Friend, our buddy in Columbus, checks in. How about those Buckeyes, Rick? What do you think? What are the odds next weekend? Ohio State versus Michigan. That's always a big one. Of course, Michigan won that game last year. Will the Buckeyes redeem themselves? Getting kind of juiced up about that. And what the hell happened to Tennessee over the weekend? Yo, brain dead. What happened to Big Orange?
There was a murder scene, Steve. I mean, they said the quarterback got hurt, and I think it was the first or second quarter. I don't remember. I watched the highlights. I slept through the whole game. The whole game, I came in, I slept through it. And, I knew it was going to be a decent game, but we had a couple of star players that were out too. So it's like I made that comment to Big Sexy on the chat. I would rather have, a 10-2 season versus a mediocre season like we've been in the past. And, we have been the royal joke for the last few years because we were, under Fulmer, we were a powerhouse. We were one of the teams that, just show up in the yard. You look at the schedule, you can automatically tell we're going to win. I mean, we're getting back to that era. If the alumni will just be patient with this guy that we've got up there. I can't pronounce his last name to save my life right now. But it's still a good season. We're going to go to a good bowl game. I mean, it's not going to be the championship what everybody wanted. We're still going to probably finish out somewhere in the top 10, between the top 5 and top 10, somewhere in that area. I know this is that shellacking really hit us, but I don't know if you heard the news yet, Steve, or not, but Auburn's looking for their new coach. And apparently Lane Kiffin, the coach at Ole Miss, turned it down. Do you want to know what they offered him to come coach over there at Auburn?
I bet it's a big number.
4 tickets to a Taylor Swift concert, Steve. True, I'd turn that down too.
Yeah, good guy.
But yeah.
Now, I'm not real sure how everything shakes out when it comes to the bowl games. I mean, is it possible that Alabama could face Tennessee in a bowl game, or is that not in the cards?
No, the bowl games, any bowl game, other than the top 4, they all will play each other. The rest of them, it'll be like it's normally. Say like if Georgia was going to won the SEC East and LSU got bumped into top 5, they will a certain bowl will take that team and then a team from another non-conference. Like say like for example Ohio State lost, and don't get me wrong, but they would play in a certain bowl game, and then they would keep going. They have a tie. I think the Liberty Bowl here has it with second or third standing in the SEC with the team, and then some other team from somewhere out west, if I remember right. But that's all the funny throwing darts at a dartboard. It's kind of like the old the basketball selection committee. You never know what they're going to pick.
Mm-hmm.
So, by the way, old Dingbat had her knee surgery Wednesday. I mean to call you, but when you hit that certain time and you've been off for a few days, your body kind of adjusts. And so Friday I had to talk to her for a little while and missed out calling in. But yeah, she's hurting some kind of bad. I mean, I don't imagine after knee surgery, but you got kind of bad over the weekend there. I told her, I said, listen, if you don't stop whining and crying, I'll take you back and have a few pecs chopped off of you. We call you Stumpy there for a minute. But we had something interesting happen the other day, Saturday at the house when I got in. One of her friends come over, screaming, panicking. You've seen a woman panic like the princess, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, buddy, this was 10 times worse. So she come up to me. She says, hey, I got a problem. I got water in my carburetor. I said, you got what? She goes, yeah, I got water in my carburetor, my car. I said, there is no carburetors in cars anymore. It's all fuel injection. She goes, trust me, it's got water in the carburetor. I need you to come over and look at it. I said, all right, fine. Where is it? She said, well, it's in the bottom of the swimming pool out my house. Out of me.
All right, have a good morning. Now, I know he's got to be about full of baloney there, Dingbat.
You already know. Poor brain dead. That's how he is.
Now, he probably had no clue that you were actually hanging on, listening to every word he said there.
Actually, he texted me. He said, I'm calling to Steve. I said, I'm on hold. He said, oh. Yeah, I'm in a little pain tonight. It's been popping a little less than it was before, but other than that, I'm fine. A while back, Y'all, do you remember we were talking about addictions?
Yes, and I made a little post last week on your Facebook
Yeah.
page, and I was kind of just suggesting be careful with the pain meds, right? You got to really be careful.
Yeah, I mean, I got, I don't like to brag or anything. I got a full bottle left. I've been putting ice on it, and I've been taking my normal arthritis medicine he gave me, but other than that, it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I got little nice bruises where the incision went, but it was a quite interesting surgery. Let's say I swear up and down that brain dead took my knee after I got woken up.
So what do you got the big brace on it now with the hinges and all that? What do you got on?
I just got two little incisions right under your kneecap. I'll email you the pictures what they look like.
Okay, so you don't have the big brace and everything, huh? I mean, I guess I had a buddy that had a knee done, but it's been like 20-something years ago, and they've probably come a long way with the technology. And I don't know, was it like the laparoscopic thing where they just made a couple of little incisions?
The arthroscopic. They put two little incisions right there under your kneecap, and they just do their little magic.
Wow.
We got there at 5:30. Surgery started, I think, if I saw the time before I went to sleep, you know what I mean, around 9 o'clock. So, woke up probably around 11:30 and had home around 1:30, and I was done for the day.
And then it's all about recovery time. How long is it? You going to be going through like therapy and stuff, or?
I get my stitches out on the 29th, and we'll take it from there.
Okay.
Yep. It's kind of amazing how amazing technology is.
No doubt about it. Well, hopefully everything goes smooth, a smooth recovery, and no complications and all that.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a good one and be safe out there.
All righty. Thanks for checking in. Thanks for the update, Dingbat. Yeah, be cautious. Yeah, that's one thing that kind of crossed my mind. She was talking about how much pain she was in. They give pain medication. Someone who has dealt with addiction in the past. How do you get through? Because it doesn't take much to kind of, throw somebody back, right? I mean, having something like a back surgery or a knee surgery, oftentimes is what leads an individual into addiction in the first place. Get on those pain meds and can't get off. So, prayers, everything goes well. She's trying to avoid the pain meds as much as possible, right? All right, top of the hour, news update, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance. Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Many of the Trump-endorsed candidates lost their midterm bids because of abortion. That from the ex-president himself while speaking remotely at a Republican Jewish coalition leadership event Saturday. Trump touted the, quote, successes of the elections, but blamed the losses in many high-profile races as the casualties of voters coming out to preserve abortion rights.
It would have been nice to do more, but there was a specific reason why it was going to be tough. You know what that reason was. It was a tough issue, and it energized the other side, and people came out on the other side for a specific purpose.
Record-setting snowfall in certain parts of western New York, with one area receiving 6.5 feet in the 24-hour period. The area's last crippling snowfall happened almost exactly 8 years ago. Erie County Executive Mark Poloncarz led an effort this time to correct what he says went wrong in 2014 when road-clearing efforts were hampered by abandoned cars. This time, strict travel bans kept cars at home, and Poloncarz said that made the cleanup much easier.
Here we are, just 48 hours really since the snow started, with the largest snowfall ever recorded in New York State history in a 24-hour period, and we're lifting travel bans as of midnight, and we're looking very good to hopefully be able to lift some more travel bans by the end of tomorrow.
Tragedy on the streets of Raleigh, North Carolina.
A girl has died after being hit by an out-of-control pickup truck during the Raleigh Christmas Parade in North Carolina. The event was airing on WTVD. The television station had their helicopter over the scene as part of the broadcast Saturday morning.
There is that white GMC pickup truck that the driver says he lost control. At this point, Lauren, the indication we're getting from eyewitnesses there on the scene is the driver is honking, yelling out the window for people to get out of the way.
No one else was hurt. The driver is facing several charges, including misdemeanor death by motor vehicle. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
This is USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for health care can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
America will have a new House Speaker starting next year. Nancy Pelosi says she won't seek re-election, paving the way for either New York Congressman Hakeem Jeffries or Republican Kevin McCarthy to replace her. On CNN's State of the Union, Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger blasted McCarthy.
He has cut so many deals with bad people to get to this position that I think he's not going to be a leader at all. I think he'll be completely hostage to kind of the extreme wings of the Republican Party. And I frankly don't think he's going to last very long.
A Houston man with 5 prior convictions for driving while intoxicated was sentenced to 35 years in prison for a 2018 drunk driving crash that killed a father of 4 in Harris County, Texas. In a Saturday news release, Harris County District Attorney Kim Ogg said 50-year-old Owen McNett was convicted of felony murder by a jury last month. He ultimately chose to have his punishment determined by State District Judge Lori Chambers Gray, who moved McNett's sentencing to November 16th after hearing from his defense counsel. McNett was charged with felony murder because he caused a death while committing another felony. NBA's Kyrie Irving apologizes for his failure to initially express regret over his social media link to a film riddled with anti-Semitic material, which prompted the Nets to suspend him.
And I'm here to take on, this ongoing dialogue of where we need to go with this conversation between not just the Jewish and black community, but all communities that want to see change in our world.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Get our final hour underway here on a Monday. Yeah, records broke in parts of New York. Some of the latest headlines, at least 3 fatalities blamed on the massive lake effect snow. Stranded motorists in western New York. Yeah, kind of wrapping up the live reports that they had going all weekend long. Obviously, several school districts closed as the week begins. Closures for the upcoming day. Buffalo Public Schools, Frontier, Central School District. Yeah, several others in the region. Obviously, difficulty getting around. So, you think? What about people who live in neighborhoods where you park on the side of the road? Where do you put all that snow? Yeah, right in line with the incredible snowfall amounts. It's bitterly cold at the same time. As of 9:30 this past morning, some New York locations in the vicinity of Lake Ontario, they were right in the middle of that snow band. Had wind chills in the teens. Yeah, Rochester felt like 14. Yeah, Rome, New York, took the brunt of the cold, where you were in the single-digit wind chill factors. Winds up to 30 miles per hour. As far as travel's concerned, now, after being closed for several days through this colossal lake effect snowstorm, the New York State Thruway reopened Sunday morning in the Buffalo and Watertown areas. The governor announcing the news. Yeah, thanking all those DOT workers who came in for a long, long weekend. All right, it is 844-3388. Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. My favorite week of the year. So we'll get this week out of the way and we'll be good till 2023, right?
You're going to be taking a bit of an extended weekend, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm going to take me I got 3 weeks vacation left. I got 3 holidays. I got 5 days of sick pay coming. So unless I wake up in the middle of the night, just can't go back to sleep. Wednesday night, Thursday morning will be the last time you and I talk. But you never know. I'm smarting stuff off on the radio, and Steve Summers heard it while he was out letting his dog out in the middle of the night, right?
Yes, sir.
Talking about raising your pinky on that wine glass. Yeah, I got caught, didn't I? Yep. Uh-huh. Well, let's start all this bull on the off right. I want to give a congratulations to Vanderbilt over Florida, 31-24. That was the best win of the day, Steve, on Saturday there. Who'd ever thought that Vanderbilt was going to beat Florida there? All right, I'm going to sing Shania Twain. That don't impress me much, but I'm not actually going to sing it there. Illinois should have beat Michigan. Maryland should have beat Ohio State. And that Arkansas-Ole Miss game, that was the worst playing I've ever seen them do there. The only thing they done was allowed Arkansas to get into the bowl game picture there. And as far as Tennessee and South Carolina, I bet they were singing "Wish I Was on Old Rocky Top" over in South Carolina all night, Saturday night to Sunday morning. You know, so.
I mean, that was a blowout. I mean, a proverbial blowout in that game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They didn't even show up there. So that Illinois head coach, he blasted them referees after his loss. And he just wait till the rest of his games this year. They ain't going to give him. They'll be busting him with every penalty they can come up with there. Right? Let's switch gears here, and we're gonna talk about news organizations that, well, all of them put their own brand of Kool-Aid out, and that one you used to work for, Women Loving Women, that we would be talking about stuff on the air, and then as soon as the news break come in, they give the total opposite opinion of it. So,
right?
I mean, yep, that's right. So, I mean, it's just something you got to live with. I read where Al Sharpton's National Action Network salary doubled, and he's spending on big private jet flights and all that stuff there. So, that's nothing new out of Al Sharpton. Well, let's head to Noah. Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't say anything. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. He's been, he's a crooked dude, too, so I don't know. Let's switch over to North Carolina since you've been talking about them. And officers with the Gastonia Police Department responded to reports of an altercation between a customer and employees at a Wendy's last week. See?
Yeah.
He was mad. He was mad because they didn't give him any sauce with his meal. So he pulled a pistol out, threatened the employee. She shut the window and called 911. Well, when they got him, he was still in the parking lot. And he was riding around the parking lot brandishing a pistol at people. Well, they talked to him, and guess what? That pistol he had was stolen from another county.
So he got a Dumbass of the Week nomination, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, people surprise me with the stuff they do nowadays, Steve. I mean, it's just, and I know I ain't no perfect individual, but, I mean, some of the stuff they pull, that's crazy. I mean, all because they didn't give him no sauce. They probably was a shortage of it, and they just didn't have any. They never did say one way or the other in the article whether it was just because they were out of it. So, I don't know. I mean, go home and make your own sauce, right?
Right. Yeah, at least you won't go to jail that way.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And if you're going to pull a pistol out, make sure it's yours, right? Not belonging to somebody else's that you stole.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah, they released him out of jail on bond, so I don't know. He'll probably go find him another pistol. So, that's all my bull on it. It's starting to rain down here in Texas. Down here, I'm headed into Dallas this morning. So, And it's 44 degrees down here. I've already got the heater on. Have a great morning. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning. Finish up this week.
One final question, Knucklebuster. Somebody just sent me the breakdown that for that Ohio State-Michigan game next weekend that Vegas has the Buckeyes by 8. Would you take that wager?
No, I don't gamble, but I think Ohio State is going to win it. So we'll see how they go. Yeah. I think Ohio State's going to beat Michigan there. So it's kind of like Nick Saban. You might beat him one year, but you ain't going to do it twice in a row there, right?
That's kind of what they're saying. I guess they said Michigan's beat Ohio State only, I guess, one time, 2 years in a row? Yep, it's been a bunch of years ago. All right, Doughboy. Hey, Doughboy, good to have you. It sends me an email talking about what you can and can't give your pet there at the Thanksgiving dinner table. Yeah, apparently it's when it comes to pork, your ham, dogs cannot digest pork for whatever reason. That's why you shouldn't give them any. As far as chocolate goes, tell Pappy, yeah, you can have a little bit of light-colored chocolate, like a Reese cup, but no dark chocolate for Rover. All right, thank you very much. 16 past the hour. And room for you at 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
right, back on a Monday. Let's see, Rick there in Columbus. I know he's pulling for the Buckeyes next weekend. I said, let's see, point spread 7.5. OSU favored by 7.5. Okay. Norman checks in. Morning, Steve. Checking in from north central Kansas. 28 with clear skies. The Big Tipper is parked until the scrapyard goes back, or until scrap goes back up. It's been up and down, hasn't it? Pretty crazy as far as scrap prices. Have been busy moving equipment on the RGN, heading out to Colorado tomorrow, as a matter of fact. All right, good to hear from you, Norman. Thanks for checking in here on a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend as well. Gary on board. Good morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive crew. 22 degrees here in southwest Ohio. Let's go, Brandon. Yeah, airports had it kind of locked in at 21 all night long. Pappy's been out there driving around, and he's been down in the teens here and there. I think he hit 16 degrees at one point. All right, good to have you all with us. It is 844-844-3388. We can go back to this crypto debacle. Learning more about this Sam Bankman-Fried guy. How was he able to dupe so many people? The question being asked. In a span of just 3 years, Sam Bankman-Fried built FTX into the massive crypto exchange, backed by marquee investors, valued at $32 billion. But it took mere days for all of that to implode. Sheila Bair is a top regulator, or was a top regulator, back in the 2008 financial crisis. She said there are eerie similarities between the dramatic rise and fall of this Bankman-Fried guy with FTX, right alongside of the infamous Ponzi scheme mastermind, Bernie Madoff. She notes that 30-year-old Bankman-Fried, just like Madoff, proved adept at using his pedigree and connections to seduce sophisticated investors and regulators into actually missing the red flags that were essentially hiding in plain sight. See, when you charm the regulators and the investors, you can kind of distract them from digging in and seeing what's really going on. It felt very Bernie Madoff-like in that way. When FTX filed for bankruptcy Friday before this passed, throwing the crypto industry into complete chaos, vast losses for consumers and the crypto exchange, long before the Ponzi scheme collapse, going back to Bernie Madoff. He was a wizard on Wall Street. Remember? The former chairman of the NASDAQ Stock Exchange served on Securities Exchange Commission advisory panels. He managed money for the rich and the famous. For his part, Bankman-Fried was a top campaign contributor to the Democrats in the 22 election cycle. He hired multiple former U.S. regulators to serve in senior positions at FTX. His parents are both professors at Stanford Law School. Up until the bankruptcy filing, FTX even had an application pending with federal regulators to clear derivatives, according to the Wall Street Journal. Better Markets CEO said in a statement that FTX had a strategy of revolving door hires from the Commodities Futures Trading Commission and elsewhere to use their knowledge, their influence, and access at the agency and in Washington to move FTX's agenda. But now people feel duped, you think? Brian Armstrong, the CEO of a rival crypto exchange known as Coinbase, he said, on the surface, FTX was able to garner a lot of attention, but as people looked into it, the fundamentals just weren't there, as they garnered a $32 billion valuation with the blessings of investments from the likes of BlackRock, SoftBank, Sequoia, and other top investors. All of a sudden, you've got this herd mentality where, hey, if everybody else, all your peers and marquee names are investing, well, I got to get in on this too. And then that adds credibility with Washington policymakers. It all kind of feeds on itself. Yet now authorities in the Bahamas are investigating potential criminal misconduct. Yeah, neither FTX nor a lawyer representing Bankman-Fried responded to request for comment. You know, going back to remembering Bernie Madoff, I mean, that's the guy that offered investors marvelous returns that were remarkably consistent. Yeah, a really impossible track record that later proved to be made possible by the elaborate scheme to repay existing clients with new client deposits. That's the term Ponzi scheme. Now, given the speed of its demise and the media reports, there are serious questions that have been raised about the accuracy and the strength of FTX's balance sheet. The bankruptcy filing indicates it had liabilities of $10 to $50 billion at the time of the filing. Keep it in mind, Bankman-Fried secretly transferred about $10 billion of customer funds to his trading firm and used a back door to avoid triggering accounting red flags. Now, he denies secretly transferring those funds. Yeah, he tries to blame confusing internal labeling, is the term he used. But just remember the old saying, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. But yeah, for a lot of people, how many people, their life savings maybe? Yeah, gone in the blink of an eye. It's gone, folks. All right, I'll get back to the calls coming up here. Room for you at 844-844-3388. Hello to Truck and Phil, I believe, on board. There he is. A happy Monday, coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers in the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Let the Thanksgiving and Christmas holiday season officially begin. Here we are, Thanksgiving week. All right, time to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Make that flip back to Fort Wayne. Here we go, 34 days till Christmas. Semper Fi. All right, Truck and Phil, have a great day. Thanks for checking in here on a Monday. One quick reminder here, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been your go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, generators, collector cars, boats, you know, anything sitting around with gas in it. A lot of people don't realize how quickly gas begins to go stale, I guess is the term, or varnish. Sta-Bil storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. So make sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which is under Russian control, was rocked by shelling on Sunday, drawing condemnation from the UN nuclear watchdog, which said such attacks risked a major disaster. More than a dozen blasts shook Europe's biggest nuclear power plant on Saturday evening and Sunday. The United Nations Security Council needs to take significant measures in response to the latest intercontinental ballistic missile launch by North Korea. Qatar's ruler opened the World Cup on Sunday with a call for people of all races and orientations to put aside their differences speaking as the host nation faced a barrage of criticism over its treatment of foreign workers and LGBT rights. The Muslim Gulf nation is staking its reputation on delivering a smooth tournament and has denied accusations of abuse of workers and discrimination. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
The 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan Silver Dollar coin was struck for circulation. And now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan Silver Dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks. Guaranteed. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan Silver Dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure your full pound bag of Morgan Silver Dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-473-1745. That's 1-800-473-1745.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, shout out to Russell, who posted on my Facebook page a few hours ago. Shout out to all the truck drivers out there. Shout out to all the truck drivers out there driving around the country, rain, shine, or snow. Thank you for your service. You know what? I'll give that a thumbs up. Yeah, I was flipping over to, wanted to remind you about a new product. Or I guess maybe you could call it a product update. But it's under the new product release from Hot Shot Secret a couple of days ago. It's the Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme has been completely reformulated. All right, increases your fuel economy by 7.9% as verified by third-party testing. Smooths your idle, dissolves those gum and varnish deposits, restores performance, power, and fuel mileage, removes combustion chamber deposits, lubricates and cleans your valves, your pumps, your injectors, your rings, your pistons, and upper cylinders. It's the complete fuel system cleaner that improves fuel economy and power for gas engines by safely and effectively cleaning the entire fuel system. Now, again, it's reformulated. Gas Extreme is now infused with Hot Shot Secret's LX4, as it's called, the premium lubricity additive that prevents wear and provides excellent fuel system protection. It also acts as an upper cylinder lubricant, and that's an added benefit to improving your fuel economy. The one-tank formula cleanup features a highly effective detergent that thoroughly cleans your valves, your pumps, all those things I just mentioned. So, yeah, miles per gallon increase documented at up to 7.9%. So with the cost of fuel today, there you go. Gasoline Extreme with LX4, recommended for any gas-powered engine. Agricultural equipment, cars, trucks, motorcycles, all-terrain vehicles. Hey, your golf cart, Hillbilly Tex, buses, and utility fleets. One 12-ounce bottle can treat up to 20 gallons of gas every 10,000 miles. It's not an every fill-up kind of thing. So, of course, you know, the cost, it's a Gasoline Extreme, compatible with gas with high ethanol content and will not void your vehicle's manufacturer warranty. Safe for all emissions equipment. There you go. Just add to your tank during refueling. Use every 10,000 miles or as needed to keep that fuel system clean, hot off the press for the gas engines out there. All right, 5-7. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Yeah, I enjoyed the fellow. You know, the fellow that was complaining about the news. I think it's good to have this news or liberal news because it gives us something to bounce off. It's the other side of the story, and we can comment on things that they're saying. And earlier I called in, made mention of Marjorie Taylor Greene, and it's interesting since then. The upgraded news. They a congressman, I don't remember his name, but he goes, this election will invoke this Marjorie Taylor Greene, and I'm thinking, yep, I imagine so, and she's gonna find out where that money went and who got their hands dirty in it.
Mm-hmm.
And then either going on from that, Donald Trump, I'm going to get my eyes scratched out here. Donald Trump was not correct. It wasn't just the abortion issue. I mean, I'll tell you what, Lindsey Graham did exactly what he did to help stir up the deaths to get it going. But what it comes down to, and I think Laura Ingraham brought it out, she said it's the youth vote. More young people, college kids, actually voted than ever. And remember now, these kids, the videos I've been sharing have been showing, I mean, they don't know Atlantic Ocean from the Pacific Ocean or any ocean at all. They couldn't tell you where it's at. They don't know the border from the north, and they have no clue from the border from the south. So no surprise they can't figure out why there's 5 million illegals come across our border. They don't know nothing, but they do know abortion. And Laura Ingraham said that Mitch McConnell, how he spent the money was no more, no less than he spent tons of money on people that will vote him back into power. And they don't care, you know, he is no friend to Trump, period. And so far, my report from Georgia, because I get stations out of Georgia, I'm not getting anything from Warnock or from Herschel Walker. The ads, I'm expecting that to start blowing up after Thanksgiving. But we'll see if Mitch McConnell spends any money on, Herschel Walker's campaign down here. And remember, when they voted, a lot of people that voted early in Georgia voted for Warnock, did not know about his dealings, in his slumlord dealings, his fact that he ran over his woman with a car, and his hypocrisy in the pulpit. So a lot of them voted because the Democrats were putting it all out there, but Herschel Walker didn't get out there and start getting advertisements out there until about a month before the election. So hopefully this people that voted real early may have seen the light here, and maybe they're paying a little bit more of attention. But Mitch McConnell better shape up, but I think we see where the swamp's at. So, but things got turned around. But I got news for you. I ain't gonna change. I mean, if I can't vote for my issue, then I just won't vote. And you can't. I'm sorry, Republicans, you can't live without us. So just tough it up.
Yep.
And listen,
you mentioned Lindsey Graham, and he actually he introduced that proposal for a 15-week abortion ban in Congress. Now, how about Mike Pence over the weekend came out and said that he would support that? I mean, Mike Pence talking about tossing his hat in the ring for president. Yeah, he'll never get elected.
Well, look at it. We just freed up the American people from being enslaved with the courts, being forced to pay for this stuff. All right, we freed up the American people, so it goes to the states. Correct. Now, if your state says, okay, do it, if my state says no, it's in the hands of the local people, and the blood is on their hands. And if it comes in front of me, I will vote pro-life. And so Pence, Graham is swamp people. And I just that's a head scratcher. I hadn't heard that about Pence, but we already. Hey, and by the way, who was it that said I can't wait to the end of this election? That way we won't have to be talking about politics anymore. How long did that?
Yeah.
How long did that one last?
About 30 seconds.
Other than that, we're gonna sit back.
Copy the mail. There you go. Yeah, well, it lasted about 30. Someone after that comment was made, someone else called shortly thereafter and said, "No, Steve. Yeah, as soon as this election's over, you almost immediately go right into the 2024 election cycle because 2 years, and then sure enough, a matter of days later." Yeah, Trump makes his announcement. Now everybody else speculating about who's going to jump in. Yes, Mike Pence has not officially declared, but he's definitely trying to throw his hat in. But especially in light of how things transpired with the midterm elections. As Dan pointed out earlier, 5 states, individual states that had abortion issues on their ballots. And they passed in every circumstance. On top of several others, you had Kansas earlier this year that took a lot of people by surprise. Abortion was on the ballot, and the people of the state voted to keep the right for abortions. How a politician in that kind of environment in this day and age is willing to try to step up and now try to say, I would support on a federal level a 15-week ban on abortions. First of all, it's absolute political suicide. Yeah, sorry, but a lot of things have changed as far as the everyday individual's thoughts and thinking when it comes to having abortions in this country. It ain't the 1960s. It ain't the 1970s. And that is the exact reason the Supreme Court overturned on the federal level, to send it back to the people of the individual states where they're going to decide what's best for their state. Simple as that. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I guess some will say, well, too little, too late. I mean, it's crypto. It's not something that just creeped up in the last 12 months. It's been around for years now. People have been trading in this for, 10, 12, 15 years? They've been talking for years about, we need some oversight. Should we regulate this stuff? Yeah, isn't there the possibility of corruption? Yeah, we've heard it all. Now Congress and federal agencies all going to look at new laws, aggressive penalties, as crypto has pretty much operated in what they would call a gray area. Not really much of any oversight at all. The question now is, do regulators have the authority or do they need more power for oversight? You got the SEC, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, both facing scrutiny because they didn't do more to protect investors. Now, FTX's new CEO, a guy by the name of John Ray III, who wrote in the bankruptcy filing, he says, "Never in my career have I seen such a complete failure of corporate controls and such a complete absence of trustworthy financial information as what occurred right here. This situation is unprecedented." They kind of explained FTX was kind of just a loose network of investment firms, crypto businesses, holding companies. There was no centralized accounting system. There was no oversight of the personnel. Few, if any, internal controls to curtail this Bankman-Fried and other employees from touching the company's money. So now you've got allegations that some of the top executives, including Bankman-Fried, the Democrat political mega donor, pretty much treated FTX and the 130 other affiliates like his own personal slush fund. The parent company, based in the Bahamas, never registered with the SEC. They never registered with the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. But they spent tens of millions of dollars on political influence campaigns to fend off any opponents. The SEC and the Commodities Futures Trading Commission can investigate businesses that aren't registered with them, but there would need to be some sign of potential fraud or manipulation impacting the securities and the derivatives markets that they regulate. You can never stop fraud, according to the CFTC chair. A regulated entity is certainly going to be in a much better position to avoid issues around illegal activity or using customer money for illegal reasons. The SEC has been trying to call for crypto exchanges to register with that agency. Registered firms would have to give over their books upon demand. We've been asking for this for over 2 years now, but I think some of that's inevitably about to change, if you know what I mean. Hey, Rooster, what's happening on a Monday?
Oh, not much, Steve. Morning to you. Trying to get on over here to Memphis this morning. I was just listening to the show. I just had a comment, man. Y'all got talking about this crypto stuff off and on there last week and then again today. And I just had a little comment about it. I don't know a whole lot about it. I'm kind of like you. I mean, I read about it and tried to follow it, but I just don't feel safe enough with me saying it because it's just my opinion. I could be way out in left field on it, but I think this crypto stuff, and it's been around a long time, like you said, but I also think it's a Ponzi scheme. I think it's going to come to fold one day, and kind of like the Bernie Madoff stuff did back a few years ago when people lost several millions of dollars.
Yep.
And I think it also might be a good way to launder money. But because the government really does it, like you said, there's a gray area there because, heck, who knows? They might be, using it themselves. But
I mean, that's kind of exactly what they're saying was going on with this Bankman-Fried, because we were sending millions of taxpayer dollars to Ukraine. Ukraine was putting money into FTX. Bankman-Fried, the guy at FTX, is coming over and giving millions of dollars in donations to the same Democrats that voted to send money to Ukraine. That is a money laundering scheme. That is money laundering.
Absolutely it is. There ain't no other way that you could call it. But I'm just kind of sitting back, see where the smoke settles on all of it like everybody else. But, I mean, I know a lot of these guys that call in the show that I guess they're telling us the truth if they, they're into it knee deep. But I don't feel safe with it. But I guess we'll come to find out. But with that being said, I know it's getting close to the show being wrapped up. So if I don't talk to you tomorrow, man, y'all have a good Thanksgiving. And try to maybe holler at y'all next week sometime. So have a good morning.
All right, thanks for checking in, Rooster. Yep, you have a great week. Yeah, if we don't talk to you before, happy Thanksgiving. And remember, you are what you eat. Gobble, gobble, right? All right. Yeah, the whole Twitter thing. So with the announcement Saturday night, yeah, Elon Musk said, quote, "The people have spoken. Trump will be reinstated." Supposedly, they did their own Twitter poll. 51.8%, that's a majority, supported bringing Trump back on Twitter. Now, Trump has pretty much said he would not return to Twitter. Yeah, the @RealDonaldTrump account became viewable again just after 8 o'clock Saturday evening. The follower count was reset, they say, but it was quickly adding up. He was already at 72.4 million followers on his account, which is about double the number of Joe Biden's account. Joe Biden's official President of the United States account has 27.5 million followers. Now, Trump's account on Truth Social has yet to post any kind of response. Yeah, will Trump move back to Twitter? I think Elon actually made a personal plea to Trump. Leave Truth Social, come back to Twitter. Now, if Trump were to return to Twitter, that would raise questions about his commitment to Truth Social, which launched their own app store in February on the Apple App Store, and then Google on the Play Store back in October. There are 4.57 million followers on Truth Social. Now, that's the point I've been making for some time now. Yeah, the following, if you want people to get your message, hear what you got to say, would you rather have 72.4 million people in a given moment get your message versus 4.57 million, which is what he's got on Truth Social? Yeah, I say, well, why not the best of both worlds? Just link your Truth Social. Anything you post on Truth goes to Twitter at the same time. Yeah, that way you've got all your followers with one swing of the bat. I don't think there's anything preventing you from participating in both, right? I mean, we're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, we're on all the various app stores. When we close things out, which we're going to do right about now as we wrap up our Monday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. See you back at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. seems you accept in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I